to do the FEAs, the finite element analysis on them, we use a software called FEMAP. It's a Siemens engineering software. You have to constrain it by something. You can't have it sit in space. You have to be able to push on it theoretically from somewhere. So when we did that and we took a look at the models that we had, we didn't see how it would make it. And I have paperwork I could show you on how that fails as well. So the parts that changed was, how do we achieve the safety factor if we push it against what would be yield in ASME? And we chose ASME standards, which is yielding 2/3 of the way through the mean bulk material for that standard. And to achieve that by the FEA, that caused us to, I want to say, tweak the shape of especially the first ring segment to be able to get that. That gave us the modulus, and that's why the rings, really the titanium pieces, to the first hull, to serial number 1, those are a match set.
You stated that conformance with regulations or standards does not prevent all casualties or accidents.
Mm-hmm.
However, is it your opinion that conformance with regulations and standards does not reduce the amount of casualties or accidents from happening?
It significantly reduces them. Sure. Yeah, I mean, we need these. We need a, I couldn't imagine a world without them, tell you the truth. What would that look like? The Wild West. Significantly reduces them.
Lieutenant Steele, could you please bring up Exhibit 037, page 20?
Page 20?
Can you scroll down a little bit, please? Thank you. And yes, page 20.
Okay.
This is the Boeing feasibility study of Ocean Gate's deep sea submersible hull. We noted from this report that the hull was recommended to be 10 inches and then optimized to 7 inches thick. However, as we know, the final design was 5 inches thick. Are you aware of how Ocean Gate got to the 5-inch thickness?
That was Brian Spencer in Stockton. It was 5 inches thick before I joined the organization, and you couldn't move it. And that was a hot topic of discussion with Dave Dyer and Ocean Gate, and that and the knuckle design were two large points of contention for a long time.
Do you know if any other independent studies outside of Spencer Composites were conducted in making this decision?
On the 5 inches?
Yes.
No, it's a good question. No, that was determined before I joined the organization.
You discussed concerns about voids in the carbon fiber. If you conducted material tests, much like you mentioned the witness panels, could this detect a potential void in the carbon fiber?
What do you mean, could what?
Could the material tests, could that detect a potential void in the carbon fiber?
Sure. Yeah, so that's why we do witness panels for critical systems, 100%. Cut it in two and take a look at it. We have microscopes that could do this really, really well. Thin slice it and do some acoustic measurements on it. That's great, if you can get it thinner.
And I know you mentioned this earlier, but I just want to confirm that non-destructive testing was discussed for the carbon fiber. However, none was conducted.
That's right. No, well, let me bet. I don't want to sound like I'm waffling too much. So we had inspectors come out and look at it, and let's consider that non-destructive testing. So they brought their instruments out, and they couldn't punch through it. Punch through it is a term for couldn't get through it. And so we contracted one person, if you wouldn't mind me reading a couple of things. Is that okay?
Yes, this is something that we have not seen previously, correct?
No.
Any objection from OceanGate on this? This would be our NDT evaluation, is that correct, sir?
Yeah, an inspection that we had, and we had an inspector come out, and my conversation with him, I jotted down some notes.
I think this would be relevant to why the coal could not be sufficiently NDT tested. Do you have any objections to discussing this report, OceanGate?
Could we take a 5-minute break for us to take a look?
Yes, certainly. The hearing will recess for 5 minutes and reconvene at 11:53.
The hearing will resume in 1 minute. Please take your seats.
The hearing is now back in session. We discussed the notes that you've made, Mr. Nissen, in regards to the NDT. If you could just summarize your thoughts on the difficulties that were involved in the NDT, and we're not going to submit that document as an exhibit.
Okay, no, that sounds good.
Thank you, sir.
Look, I do want to say, when we talk about whether or not we didn't do any non-destructive testing, maybe not testing, and so like my brain quickly goes to something a bit more specific, but evaluation, we did. For all of Stockton's faults, and he was a difficult person to work with, he did want to get this thing tested, right, and inspected. And I do believe when he told me during my interview that it was in his plan to go to do that. I'm not sure that. I think he believed it. So we did ask people to come take a look at it. People who had more expertise at this than we did. And one of them is this conversation I had with a level 3 inspector from Mistras. And he was able to, just by looking at it, he knew the layout pattern. He had a comment in here that it looks like there's no compaction, which I'm not surprised because it was the end of the hull. And so something to note is when you filament wind a case like this, it winds on a mandrel. And so your carbon fiber comes off of a spool, like a sewing machine, and it mixes in some glue, and then it starts going around this big mandrel, and then it goes all the way to the end, and then it's got to come back. Well, those ends get that double layer, and so you make your mandrel a little bit longer so that you can cut those off, and it's the cutoff ends that he was looking at. And so it's expected to see voids, but we wanted him to see, like, is there anything you can see in the part that's closest to what we're going to use? And he found it difficult to do that, is all. His measurement instruments really went to 4 inches. And we knew it was a shot in the dark, for sure. So very quickly my brain goes to something else, and sorry to answer the question like that, but that's what happened.
Was there any plan to have the hull reevaluated throughout the lifetime of the hull?
So, yes, the only way that I could figure that I would be able to do that is at some point we would have to make a device that holds 2 instruments across from each other like a tuning fork, and that we would have to stand the hull on end and move it around the whole hull to be able to inspect that. And we discussed this with Boeing before we discussed it before we assembled the whole vehicle. It was an option, but that tool doesn't exist yet, and that's an expensive and delay to do that. So we did have discussions to go do that. I would call it that it constituted a plan. It's in my brain that it's on the list of Tony things to go do. So in that kind of inspection, that's the only way you can do this, I believe.
Was there any plans to have the hull replaced after a certain number of cycles to depth?
Hull replacement. So that's a great question. And so when I say serial number 1 was successful, we got to understand what the requirements were a bit. There wasn't a fatigue or cycle requirement. Stockton didn't have one. He didn't want one. He truly believed. He only wanted 1 acoustic instrument. He truly believed that 1 acoustic instrument was going to be able to tell him that the hull's compromised and it's done. And really we needed the strain gauges on there also. And so there was no lifetime, we didn't have an end of life on that. He didn't want one. And it's not something that I'm not sure anybody could write that on a piece of paper. There's no cert backbone to go do that.
And what was the plan for when the hull should be retired?
If Stockton had a plan, I didn't know it.
Recorder, could you please bring up Exhibit 019, page 8? This is the Spencer Composites FEA analysis, which I do believe you mentioned earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And this includes Table 1, the composite vessel design basis.
Mm. What page?
Page 8.
Okay. All right, I'm glad you guys have this. Okay.
I want to call your attention to the parameter cycle life, which is located about halfway down the page.
Okay.
The optimum cycle life was 10,000 cycles to maximum rated depth, and the limit was 1,000 cycles to maximum rated depth of 6,000 meters.
All right.
Do you believe the Titan Hull 1, before testing began, would have been able to withstand 1,000 cycles to depth?
No. Well, let me answer. So there's a little. We started to question whether or not Brian was building a hull that was going to meet this requirement. And so what Stockton decided, and part of me turning over Serial 1 to the operations group, is we knew that we were going to have to go get another hull made by somebody not Brian, and Stockton wanted to sever that relationship. We had questions. A lot of it had to do with we missed the 2.21 safety factor on the inward radial deflection of at the inside of the case. We missed it by, my report says, a lot. And so we put everything into question. So I'm answering that from the perspective that we had decided that we wouldn't go to, that this almost started to not matter anymore. And we wondered, well, is it really going to do that? So monitoring became extremely important, except that got terminated, of course, in 2018, 2019, when the data just wasn't clean enough. So to answer, it's a very long period of time to start to separate ourselves from whether or not this was going to be achievable.
As you're aware, the Titan Hull 1 did not complete even 3 cycles to a shallower depth than 6,000 meters without having a crack in it. Where do you believe the gaps between the analysis and the real-time testing occurred?
Got struck by lightning. That one's big. Like even if there's a DLAM in it, someplace, you would have thought that it would do better performance than that when you have a safety factor, like you just mentioned. That margin is huge. To miss it by that much, really, that's a significant blow to the structure somehow. There's very few things that can do that. Lightning is one of them.
And do you believe it would have been able to make 1,000 cycles if it was not struck by lightning?
We don't have data to show that. I can't even answer that yet, yes or no. Like if I had good deep data prior to the lightning event, I could answer that with better confidence, but nobody could know.
You mentioned a delamination of a third scale model that was detected by Boeing. Was this before or after the third scale models were tested?
I think it was after. So I don't know if you guys have it in here, like any pictures of the 1/3 that imploded. There's some pictures out there that that kind of show the ring popped off, and you see like the zipper that goes down the side. Do you have that in here to take a look at? Because I could show you in there. There's when I did that post-test analysis, you could see clearly on the aluminum ring that mimicked the Clevis and Tang design. On that surface, you could see where there was a miss of adhesion. It looked like a miss of adhesion, and it looked more like the interface slipped, and there was a peeling of the inside of the Clevis, and that slip, that mark, correlated nicely all the way around it and down through the body of it. And so I came up with this idea that, man, I wonder if that was a DLAM in there. Brian Spencer had coated the 1/3 scale with a material that was not passable by any acoustic emissions, through-hole or pulse echo. Luckily, we had a piece of the cutoff ring before the rest of it was covered, and it was only one ring piece. And so I took that down, and we could see a DLAM in there. It appeared to be one about a quarter of the way, quarter inch in, but that's how we found it, and we suspected, which is why it's really important to look at those interfaces.
As the Director of Engineering, were you responsible for procuring the acrylic window for the submersible?
Sure. Like when you say like design it, like when you say
Specifically, were you involved in the discussions with Hydrospace regarding the shape and its certified rating?
Oh yeah, Will and I talked a lot about the Viewport, and I even did a I have that one for you guys too. I even did a if I remember right, this guy worked for Will. We did a great presentation, a collaboration on the performance of the Viewport because it was a non-standard Viewport, right? If that helps. I have that somewhere. Anyway, yes.
Can you please explain those discussions and the outcome of those discussions?
I can. So Stockton wanted a Viewport that was unobstructed, and he wanted a person's whole head to be able to look through it. Viewport guidance it's not solid at best, and in fact, we actually wrote this in Thomas Trudell and I wrote this. We wrote. I just want to make sure I get the words right.
Mr. Nissen, I just wanted to confirm what you're looking at. Has that been presented to the board previously?
No, it hasn't. Do you want to see it?
Sir, can you just summarize the
Yeah.
results?
So Thomas Trudell and I wrote a presentation talking about hybrid windows because the data, the guidance, and the science on it is really pretty thin. In that we know that they last really well. Not a lot of people do them. Viewports are typically done spherical, but with uniform thickness. They're typically done flat. When you flatten the inside, make the outside spherical, it starts to distort things a little bit, but you get some good mechanical properties out of them. We did some FEA analysis on it. We gave a prediction for serial number 1. I have a picture in here of the test setup that we did to measure its displacement, which was important. And we were going to report, I can't remember what society we were going to go report this to. God, we really wish I could remember that. But the performance of the Viewport actually was about on mark for what we did. So we generated a white paper to give it to the community to say, look what we did, and it worked.
I'm sure you're aware that Hydrospace gave it a reduced depth rating, which was not to the depth of the Titanic. Did you have any concerns about that reduced depth rating?
Yeah, I was talking to Will on the phone when we did this, and Will Conan, I think he's going to be on with you guys too, right? Will wanted us to go make a testing program for it, and I said, great, let's convince Doctor to go do that. And so I didn't want to do it. It was going to take some time. It was going to take some money to go do that. Will said, well, I won't certify it. And now when I'm telling you this, I'm of course the go-between. Stockton said, I don't care. And he said, make me the window. And so I took out the Stachel papers, which there's a lot of good data in that. I think folks who comment on acrylic viewports for subsea really do need to read the Stachel papers. And you become a lot more of an expert, not just a little bit more, but a lot more. So we took the Stachel papers and we developed some dimensions and a prediction. And Will said, I'll make it for you, but I'm only going to cert it to, I think it was 1,300 meters, right? 13 or 1,800. I think it was 1,300 meters. Stockton said, fine. Oh, okay.
And did this cause you any concern?
It did, which is why we instrumented it to measure its performance. Neat thing about acrylic viewports is they do a very good job of telling you when they're failing. And so you get a crazing and cracks form. They're very good predictors of that, but you have to inspect them. You have to take them out, you got to clean them, you got to have a good inspection, resurface them every so often, and that sealing interface, it needs to be straight on. What's most important for those viewports is when you go that deep and you're cold, they start to cold flow, and so they get really, really soft. And this was a sliding interface. And so some viewports are put together in a clamping kind of scenario. And this one was actually designed and intended to move. And what was most important is that it did not move. The inside surface of the viewport did not move past the inside lip of the sliding interface. If that happens and cold flow is a result, the edges come around and kind of flow, they get soft, and when you try to come back up, that viewport is now constrained, and you could have a failure. You'll get a crack, more than likely for sure. But the concern, but I told Stockton, like, we need to test that viewport, so the first deep, we had no data on that, so the first deep test we did when I hung it on a fishing line, we instrumented it. I'm pretty sure we did that one to measure its displacement. That was really, really important. And the displacement came back dead nuts on for everything that we're looking at, and inspections turned out to be nothing. So I think with time and Stockton diving in it, gained more confidence that the viewport was going to be okay.
In your previous testimony, you mentioned matching moduli. Can you explain the importance of matching moduli between the different materials used in a design? Yes, and this is why acoustic alone won't prevent an issue like this, and you have to have strain. Okay, things usually break at interfaces typically because they don't move together, and so one wants to go that way and the other wants to go that way, or one wants to go this way that much and this other part wants to go that much, and so you have a high energy interface.
with that. If everything moved together, you kind of rule that out. That, though, has nothing to do with whether or not something is elastic enough or not. But what I do want to say on that is matching the moduli, just in theory, needs to be done, but also proved itself on our FEA models. And so the titanium and the hull all had to be moving together. Once we developed models where these didn't move together, it absolutely failed, for sure. And that's also why we modeled the forward dome, the viewport interface. We modeled that one without the viewport in it, because we knew it was a sliding surface. And that was not supposed to move with the titanium in the same way because it's not constrained. The only way that you get away from whether or not the moduli match is something has to give, and so you have sliding interfaces.
As we understand it, the titanium dome was originally designed to be grade 5. However, with the final design, it was grade 3. Is there any significance to this?
You reduce margins.
Were you involved in the decision to move from grade 5 to grade 3?
It was all Stockton.
Do you know why he made that decision?
Oh, grade 5 would have taken, it was twice as expensive, and it would have taken, I think, 6 more months to get it. Because we had to get it overseas. If I remember right, it was really hard to get grade 5.
This next question is in relation to the lifting eyes and the stress at the clevis. The clevis was the titanium U-shaped groove attached to the titanium segments or rings that house the carbon fiber. Can you discuss the center of gravity of the Titan and the asymmetric loading on the rings?
Right, so there's a few items that I told the team you can absolutely not do. And welding lifting eyes on the rings was one of them that was first proposed by Scott Griffith in Stockton. And I told him, no, you can't do it because of the loads. 2, we're already glued to the carbon fiber. The CG, center of gravity, of serial number 1 was not the center of the case itself, the carbon fiber structure, or with the domes. The center gravity of the entire vehicle, when assembled, was actually aft a bit. And it was enough where the vehicle, if hung by lifting eyes, would sit cantered a bit, so you get a little bit of a lift on it. The reason why I told him he can't have the lifting eyes welded to ring 1 was the clevis, the dimensions of the clevis, being the C part, for maybe those who don't know, it's a clevis and tang design. And I'm assuming serial number 2 went with this, but serial number 1, the tang being the carbon fiber on the inside, that dimension of the top there, it's a small dimension. The domes, the rings in the domes were never designed to take excessive load in a shear direction. And so that would be a sliding interface, or if I give it fixity looking like this, shear would be something pushing down on it. And so if you could think of the weight of the hull on the clevis, shear would be pushing on this little lip here. And it's a small dimension. The point of those was just to keep it glued in place, because subsea structures, a beautiful thing about them is it's uniform loading all the way around. It's not statically loading like your automobile or your house, where everything's just pointed down. So the rings, when you lift it and it canters like this, that's now a peeling at the top of the forward, right at the lip, and it is a peeling on the aft part of that lip on the back. Now there's there is rigidity in the system, but if you took it at the macro scale, it doesn't look like it moves at all. But really, we're worried about the micro scale. Like a little bit of movement, is it enough to peel that glued interface away from the carbon fiber part? We don't know that, so I told him he can't have it. Serial number 1 was designed to lift every other place but the domes or the rings. It was not designed to do that. And in fact, in order to give it uniform loading all the way around the rings, the landing gear was designed to give it fixity in 3 places. If you can think of 90 degrees, 180 degrees, and 270. So with three places in fixity in space, then that maintains curvature across the top. And I wouldn't buy into the idea of changing that whatsoever. And the problem with that is water intrusion, really, more than anything, because the ring's not going to fall off. I guess the dome fell off. I was surprised to hear that. I'm sorry, that just escaped me. But it's water intrusion, really would be the problem.
For the first hole, did any of the carbon fiber need to be trimmed to fit in the clevis?
So Brian gave instructions. The design of the clevis for the tang was a collaborative effort with Brian. Idea. But let's assuming that we're serious about it and we want to make sure that it's solid engineering. You're going to have to pick a path for validation, which is really what certification is about. To an extent, certification is about verification as well, but but verification really is about designing or verifying or knowing engineering intent, so by design. And then it's also, and really validation is more like, do you meet the requirements? And so the requirements are, we want to go this deep, and we want to be able to know we have this confidence level and whatnot. So in picking that path, you could go a clean certification path that says, well, what agency out there has a path for us to go follow? And if that doesn't exist, then you got to figure out a way, well, how do we make sure that we're going to be clean? And acoustic emissions is a great way to see when brittle structures, glass, carbon fiber, have a failure in it. And it doesn't matter if it's just a snap of one or just like something crackles once, or if you have imminent failure. That determination is a little bit different. But these acoustic sensors have great ability to be able to detect this. There's a standard for acoustic emissions that we took a look at, and it's a 0.5 millimeter lead test. And it goes something like this. You put your acoustic sensor on a structure, and you take 0.5 millimeter lead, and you just snap it someplace else, like you would break a pencil. And the acoustic sensor should pick it up. It's amazing to see the 9 acoustic instruments that I put in there. I snapped 0.5 millimeter lead on the hull, and I can give you time differentials on when that acoustic wave went propagated down the hull. It's neat. It's fantastic. So without a clean certification path, you got to pick a technology that is going to be able to give you warning. The idea is that you're going to be able to interpret that warning in enough time. And do you have the instruments to go do that?
Can you explain how this system functioned?
So the acoustic emissions came on with, so serial number 1 now. The way that I understand it, the acoustic emissions sensing software, everything was rewritten. So we're talking just mine, right? Serial number 1. I don't know what they did for serial number 2. For us, it came on with the system. It wasn't an option. Nobody got to turn it off. It was considered the most critical systems. And it automatically started logging data. And then we just take the data off and look at it. But what it was logging, the data that was logging were noise events. There's an amplitude to a sound, to an acoustic sound, and it just recorded it. And you could look at it on a spreadsheet. They're really, really large spreadsheets. But that's it. They're actually quite elegant and simple.
Recorder, could you please bring up Exhibit 075, the acoustic emission technology and consulting letter from Mr. Alan Green?
Zero 075 doesn't reflect that here.
As a summation, this was a letter of affirmation from Mr. Alan Green regarding utilizing acoustic emissions to help with averting an impending failure on the Titan submersible.
Sorry, I'm missing 7.5. I have a copy of it, though, if we're talking the same one.
It should be 2 pages long.
I have Noah on 7.
Okay, I think we need to confirm that exhibit number.
Are you talking about Alan Green on June 5th, 2018?
Yes.
I have my copy of it.
Yeah, we just need to stand by to make sure
Yeah.
which exhibit we have on. Okay.
Is this the same letter that you have?
That's the one I have.
Yes.
It is. Looks like it.
Can you please describe who Mr. Alan Green was and his relationship with OceanGate and the acoustic emission system for Titan?
All right, so recognizing that we are, that there's other people out there with much more expertise and specialists, right? Alan Green is one of those in the acoustic emissions field. He's been not just doing it forever, but in talking with him, what he's been able to accomplish with it. We hired him to take a look at what we were doing and give us an assessment, like, are we crazy? Like, is this, are we going okay? And this was the letter that he wrote to us after his visit. And as far as I know, I don't know that he was used afterwards.
We have reason to believe that there were communications between Mr. Green and OceanGate following Stockton Rush's assertions that the RTM system could detect the sound of micro-buckling in the sub's hull way before it fails. Are you aware of any such communications?
I don't, specifically with Alan, I don't think so. I don't think Alan would, I guess it's my opinion, I don't know that he would buy into that micro-buckling. I'm not sure I would buy into micro-buckling, but maybe I'd eat my words.
OceanGate?
No, Mr. Newberry, is there an exhibit that Lieutenant Commander Williams is referring to? I mean, there was a statement about communications. I don't believe that's in the record.
Yeah, Lieutenant Commander Williams, do you know where that assertion originated from?
This is actually from a Wired correspondence, or something we saw online from Wired. We just are asking if he's aware of any communications.
Okay, so we don't really have a evidence to support that, but, and it's my understanding, Mr. Nissen, that you're not aware of any communications along those lines.
If he made communication without me there, I certainly wouldn't know. But my understanding with Alan Green really goes as far as this document here. As far as I remember, Stockton would have talks with people without me, so I'm sometimes caught with my pants down a little bit.
And Mr. Newberry, if I may, it's fine. We have no objection to the question. It's just if it could be phrased as a question if it's not actually a piece of evidence.
Yes, agree. So can you rephrase that question that was originally asked?
Yes, sir. Mr. Nissen, are you aware of any communications between Mr. Allen and Mr. Stockton Rush after the RTM system was originally installed that had any that there were any concerns of this RTM system?
I don't remember any. No, actually, as soon as I saw this paper, this was a lot of relief for me, and I went on to my next fire.
My final question is, would you have felt comfortable as the Director of Engineering going down in the Titan submersible, specifically hull 1 to full rated depth?
That's almost the best question here, isn't it? So Stockton's and my relationship started to turn sour as everything was built, but he asked me, he wanted me to be the pilot that runs the Titanic missions. And I told him I'm not getting in it. And he asked me why. And I said, because the operations crew, I don't trust them. That certainly was the death of me. But I didn't make it any easier with the following question. He said, well, what if I'm mission director? I said, you still have the same operations group. But I didn't trust Stockton either. They would take a look at where we started, and when I was hired, nothing that I got was the truth. I was held with a bag and trying to save, and I couldn't quit. So I told him, not with that same crew. If you would have asked me question number 3, what if there was a different crew? We didn't have the standards we set forth, meaning what does bad look like, so that you have your come home indicator set, and Stockton was a constant moving target for that. What's it going to be tomorrow? Couldn't trust that. So no, as the director of engineering, I did not go in serial number 1.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Sir, just one follow-up. When you say a moving target, do you mean like the safety standards of what would be a go, no-go for an operation?
Oh yeah, everything. Yeah, everything was a moving target. I mean, the cert path was a moving target. The how are we going to call it was a moving target. Like if we couldn't get there, then we just kind of reduced it and went on. I mean, from my perspective, personally, it's very stressful and death by 1,000 cuts. And if he wanted somebody to go in it, and he was truthful with it, it's why the word experimental is in the waiver. Like I made him put that in there. We argued for a long time over that word, for sure. But so you cannot do that without letting people know that it's experimental. We do not have this qualled. It's not certed. So to the extent that somebody knew the risks before they get in it, and we called qual, and they weren't going to run a full-fledged business out of it, that was in my mind's eye a negotiation that he had to make, and I had to keep technical. But once they asked me to sign off on the idea that they're going to put passengers and go to the Titanic, and told them no. But it was a moving target, and I had to, thankfully, I got the opportunity to draw the line. I had the data to support it. But really, that's why serial number 1 was successful. That's what we were supposed to do. The design of it was, can you collect the data such that you prevent a catastrophic failure and ultimately a loss of human life? And we did that with serial number 1. But without Stockton drawing the moving targets, it was my target that I said, you can't do that.
Sir, understand. Was there a designated safety officer for Ocean Gate operations during your time?
Right, that's a good question. That operations thing, right? I don't know. I don't think so.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
At this time, I'd like to go to the NTSB for any questions.
Thank you, sir. I just have a few, and thank you, Mr. Nissen, for being here. Can you elaborate a little bit on the coding that was applied to the outside of serial 1 versus what was applied to the third scale model?
Right. Yeah. Okay. Great question, because I can't remember who asked it about it. Was there a plan to take a look at this thing later on? And yeah, we got a coding put on serial number 1 that would not block acoustic emissions. I did pulse echo or through transmission just so that we could not have to try to remove it and do an inspection later on. But the coding on serial number 1 was specifically put on there for protection of the hull against some sort of abrasion, or like if the sub came apart or something, but then also allow us to do an inspection later.
Were both those coatings some sort of polyurethane? Is that right?
I'm going to say yes without remembering exactly. I don't know. We asked Brian, like, what should we put on there?
So if I remember right, polyurethane is pretty hard. It's usually a weather coat for painting. Was there any cracks? Like, could you see if there's cracks if the hull was flexing?
Right. So no, that's good. That's a good comment. No, this was more rubberized. We could peel the edges back, so it wasn't brittle like a poly gets, okay. And especially hardening in the sun. So the exact material of that, we put on a material that was common to put on fiberglass boats. I wish I could remember what that was.
Okay. I understand OceanGate originally went to Spencer Composites because of its history with Steve Fotz's submersible. Later it was called the Deep Flight Challenger, I believe.
Yeah, it's part of it, yeah.
Did you get to see that hull?
No,
Did anybody at OceanGate see?
not to
get
my
see that?
knowledge.
How about the drawings or the specifications?
No.
Was there any lessons learned shared from Spencer Composites from that hull?
Yeah, so what I do know, and I'm going to call this secondhand, so I haven't seen the hardware or the report, is that Fawcett's sub-issue was a flatness issue on the ring. So it turns out, actually, I hate to flip back and forth here. It turns out it helped me convince Stockton that the sealing surfaces of ring 1 to the dome had to be dead nuts flat. So the flatness requirement on both those interfaces had to be spot on. And then I believe it was the conversation about faucets. If I'm understanding, that was the issue, right? But that is the conversation that we had from that, and wasn't anything else about what he did.
That sub was designed for a much deeper depth than Titan was. Do you know what the thickness was of the hull?
I actually don't know, no.
Okay. That's all I have, Captain. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we're going to take a short break, Mr. Nissen, and then reconvene at 12:43 for some final questions, sir.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, right on.
Thank you. question that I have for you, sir. During your entire time at OceanGate, did you feel a sense of urgency or being rushed to get to operationals, to start operations? Was there pressure?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, that started about the summer of close to the end of summer of 2016. Yeah, maybe summer 2016 when we decided not to do another 1/3 scale.
Do you feel like the sense of pressure influenced or negatively impacted safety decisions and testing?
No. And that's a difficult question to answer because given infinite time and infinite budget, you could do infinite testing, right? For the time that we had and within the constraints, we did all the consulting, all the analysis. We built it like an aircraft. We did the engineering like aviation does engineering. We did all the testing that we could on the components that we could. We brought every expert that we could find that could give us a comment on what we were doing. And that wasn't just the AE or just the hull. I mean, we defaulted to whomever we could. The titanium moduli were known because of testing. There's cert paperwork for that. If I could do it, if I could get some step closer to a legitimate cert path, we did it, for sure. If a test or an opportunity to do a test was brought up to my attention, we never turned it away.
And sir, you a couple times during your testimony, you mentioned the acoustics weren't clean.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give some examples? Do you mean sound or strain or both, sir?
Both. So it'd be really helpful if we could look at this diagram that you don't have yet, because a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Well, sir, can you just kind of give a simplified definition of what concerns you?
Sure. So in acoustic emissions are, well, let's just say acoustically for something like a structure like this. To understand why that's so important and what clean would look like, really clean would be 0. That would be not dirty whatsoever. A metallic doesn't show you the same signature. I'm actually not even sure that you could see acoustically a metallic break, because metallic breaks are dislocations and you get atomic realignment when those dislocations move. That's how we get flexibility in parts. So airplane wings stiffen because dislocation movement moves throughout that. But carbon fiber structures don't. Once that snaps, it's done. There's no atomic structure next to it for the atoms to realign themselves. Really, even the glue's kind of stiff, but the fibers themselves, once it snaps, it's done. So ideally, you don't want to hear anymore. Then you know it's done failing. But strain, inward radial deflection of the center of the case, that's movement, and that relates to moduli. So clean data, in this sense, is you fall within the parameters that the FEA models show you, which an aviation cert path would tell you that you wouldn't get an aviation cert path if you had flexibility someplace on a wing and it was outside what the FEAs showed you for the allowance. So clean would be you're within the bounds that you've studied in your analysis, and you are not failing acoustically anymore. You're very, very, very close to zero. It turns out in Green's conversations with them, whether or not you go to a depth and then you come back up and you go to a depth and come back up. I mean, sometimes these mean something in these structures, and they'll continue failing, and then they'll stop, and you come up to the surface, and when you come up to the surface, all the stress relieving goes away and stuff moves around, but you should still be clean. In a metallic, we would say it's clean if the system were allowed to stretch, and then it comes back to where it is, and so that would be elastic, right? Where if it's inelastic and you get plastic deformation, it would go someplace and it would stay or not come back to where it is. There's a term for that we call hysteresis, and in material science, that's a 0.002 offset in strain. So clean data is going to be very low to 0 snaps, we'll say, acoustically. It's going to be within the confines of your models, what your FEAs are showing for the safety factor that you want to get. And it's going to be no outside hysteresis, meaning that the system is coming back to where you started, in this case, on the surface. So you'd see it move, and it would come back. If there's a gap, then you want to start thinking about answering that gap, but that would be clean.
Thank you, sir. And one follow-up on that.
Mm-hmm.
If you had a hole, carbon fiber, and the acoustics went quiet during a deep dive,
Mm-hmm.
and then over time you started to see new acoustics,
Mm-hmm.
would that be a concern for a carbon fiber hull?
100%. Sorry. Yeah. No, once it goes clean, because these don't reattach themselves, that's a new break. Yeah. So here's something to note, though. You almost got to be careful. Clean assumes, of course, that your instrument is working. If you see 0 snaps, make sure the instrument's working, right? So it's weird that I have to say that, but I've been in situations before where somebody looks at data and says, oh, look, it's great, and forgets that it wasn't running.
Sir, are there any final questions for Mr. Nissen from the board or council? Good. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your testimony and for being here today. You are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you directly. If you have any questions about this investigation, you may contact the investigation recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. And we do plan to enter at least one exhibit from your testimony today. If you could meet up with the recorder and just pass her that document, we'd appreciate that. The schedule has moved back just a bit for today. We will reconvene after lunch at 1:55 p.m., and that will be virtual testimony with Ms. Bonnie Carl. Thank you. The hearing is now in recess. This hearing is now back in session. We will now hear virtual testimony from Ms. Bonnie Carl, former Human Resources for OceanGate. Lieutenant Steele will administer the oath.
Good afternoon. Could you please stand
I am standing.
and raise your right hand? A false statement given to an agency of the United States by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good afternoon, Ms. Carl. Thank you for joining us today for this testimony. I'm going to pass the questioning to the first round of questioning will be conducted by Lieutenant Commander Nicole Emmons at this time.
Good afternoon, Ms. Carl. Can you hear me fine?
I can hear you.
Thank you for being here virtually, and if you need a break at any time, please just let us know and we can take a pause. All of my questions are related to your background and your experience with OceanGate as the Director of Human Resources, Finance Administration, and your duties as pilot and training. If we need to pull up an exhibit, we will put up an exhibit on the monitor and it should show on your virtual desktop, but if it doesn't, just let us know. Before we begin, I would also like to ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms. So, Ms. Carl, can you talk to us about your work history background and what you did before you were hired on at OceanGate?
I am a certified public accountant with the state of Washington. I worked in public accounting for 4 years and then went to a cabinet manufacturing company and was the assistant controller there for 12 and a half years. Then I went to work for OceanGate in 2017.
Ms. Carl, I know you said you were standing earlier, but if you want to be seated, you can be seated, just to let you know.
I prefer to stand.
So when you started working for OceanGate, what were you initially hired to do for the company?
The job description that was online was actually for a bookkeeping type position, but I applied anyway because I'm a scuba diver and OceanGate sounded really cool to me, so I thought I'd throw my hat in the ring and just maybe get a conversation with them. I had got a call back from Neil McCurdy to talk about the position, and he said that due to my background, they would like to change what they had initially intended to do for this position. So when I got hired on, it was a higher level position than just a bookkeeper. I came in and was doing accounts payable, accounts receivable, payroll, human resources, and other high level accounting, with the assumption that later on I would help with safety diving and potentially become a pilot in training.
Thank you. Finance Director and Human Resources. Can you explain to us the differences and the relationships between OceanGate Incorporated, OceanGate Expeditions, and OceanGate Foundation?
OceanGate Expeditions was the company that ran all the trips, like the Titanic trip and the Andrea Doria trip. OceanGate Inc. was where the subs were made, submersibles were made, and all the payroll ran through. OceanGate Foundation was a 501c3, is my understanding, that dealt with ocean education, and Bundy Rush mainly took care of that. I didn't have anything to do with the foundation.
Please define for us what an investor is and what a mission specialist is and how they are different from each other.
By investor, I assume you're talking about a shareholder?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
So there were multiple shareholders in OceanGate Inc. They actually owned common stock or preferred stock, so they were owners in the company. There were a few employees that were also owners in the company. Stockton Rush, Neil McCurdy, Tony Nissen may have been, I'm not sure, if I didn't mention him already. The mission specialists were, for all intents and purposes, paid customers that were paying money to go on one of the expeditions. Titanic, Andrea Doria, one of those.
In the shareholder process, you went into that a little bit, but can you kind of explain to us how shareholders were recruited? Can you kind of explain how that process worked?
Most of the shareholders, as I understood it, were friends and family of Stockton and Wendy Rush. Have some sort of connection with them prior, whether it was a friend or they had gone to school together, something along those lines. I didn't deal with actual stock issuance. That was Doug Border. He took care of that stuff. I think Doug was also a shareholder as well.
And I know you said you kind of didn't deal with the stock part, but can you explain to us how the funds were received and distributed throughout the company from the shareholders and where those funds went?
When there was a stock issuance, basically checks would just come in the mail to us. We would cash them and add them to our operating fund. And then Doug Border took care of all the paperwork that needed to be filed with the state.
And when you joined the company, how was a mission specialist described to you?
A mission specialist was somebody who was going to pay to be on one of the missions, and they would somehow or another help, whether they were taking care of photography or they were a history expert or something along those lines, where they would help out in some nature or another with the expedition itself.
And whose idea was it to designate people as mission specialists?
I don't know.
How were mission specialists specifically recruited for the company?
I don't know specifically how they were doing that. Joel Perry was the sales and marketing director. I know that his people were calling high wealth individuals, trying to get people on board, but the specifics, how they found those high wealth individuals, I don't know.
When you received a payment from a mission specialist, what were they specifically paying for?
It was a deposit on a future expedition.
And if they were paying for a future expedition, as you stated, where did the funds go? For example, did the funds get set aside in like an escrow account until the client was on board? Or did their payments fund operations and projects at the company? Can you kind of explain that process?
The funds went into our regular checking account. They were not separated out or put into a separate trust fund. The funds that came in were immediately went out to pay operations expenses.
Did you ever collect any funds from mission specialists for excursions on the Antipodes or the Cyclops 1 that were conducting excursions in domestic U.S. waters?
I did not.
Did you collect any funds from mission specialists for excursions on the Titan in international waters?
Yes.
Ms. Carl, was there a refund process if an excursion was canceled?
There was not, or at least not that I was aware of. Funds came in and immediately went back out to pay for expenses. So there was no money to refund, even if a mission specialist wanted their money back.
Did you ever have anyone that asked for a refund?
No.
Were you ever given any instructions on how to speak with mission specialists or what to say if they had any questions?
No, I didn't speak with any mission specialists.
Are you aware of any qualifications and or training that people had to do to become mission specialists?
I know that there was some helicopter egress training. Beyond that, I'm not sure.
Were there any physical limitations or factors that excluded them from becoming a mission specialist, or could anyone become a mission specialist?
I think if you paid the money, aside from if you were just too big of a person to fit into the submersible, I think that was all the qualification that was necessary, was the money.
Lieutenant Steele, could you please pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 009? This is the mission specialist job description for work performed in exclusively in international waters. Miss Carl, just let us know if you can see this.
I don't see anything yet. Okay, now I can see it.
Does this form look familiar to you?
Not specifically. I don't know that I necessarily saw this form in this final, like this, no.
Did you see a form that was similar to this then?
No, I didn't.
I'm just going to have the recorder scroll to the physical duties of the job. It talks about color vision, hearing, and being able to perform emergency duties. Were these physical limitations ever discussed with the mission specialist, or do you know if they were?
I don't know if they were or not.
Thank you, Lieutenant Steele. You can take it down. Ms. Carl, did clients or mission specialists ever speak to anyone about the safety of the vessel or speak to you specifically about the safety of the vessel?
Not that I'm aware of.
Were you aware of any conversations between mission specialists and anyone else in the company about safety issues?
Yes, I believe David Lockridge spoke to Renato Rojas about his issues with Titan.
And do you know what those conversations were?
He told me just that he told her that she should not go on Titan. It was unsafe.
And do you happen to know what her response to that was?
I don't.
Were mission specialists required to sign a waiver or release a liability form?
Yes, but I never saw anyone sign anything when I was taking money from mission specialists. It was very early on. This was in 2017. So we hadn't even finished building Titan at that point.
And I'm sorry, just to clarify, I didn't quite hear you. Did you say you did have a waiver form when you were taking payments?
No, I never saw a waiver form, not that early on. I assumed that would be signed later once the dive was actually happening and whoever put up their deposit was actually going to go on Titan.
So to your knowledge, they saw, or you assume they saw a waiver form when they were actually going to conduct the mission?
That's my assumption. I don't know for sure.
We're kind of going to switch and talk about your pilot and training roles. Can you take me through the communication process within the company? How are projects briefed and discussed between the different divisions, such as operations and engineering?
We would have weekly meetings with all of the directors of the different departments to discuss different items and where things were at, and if any, we were running into any issues.
As the director of finance or a pilot in training, did you ever attend any of those project meetings?
Yes.
Can you kind of take us through the OceanGate process to become a pilot?
Well, the process to become a pilot was spending time with David Lockridge, who was the director of marine operations. He had a specific training module that he would go through to go through the sub, the pre-dive operations, actually getting it into the water off of the LARS, the launch and recovery system, and then piloting and getting it back onto the launch and recovery system, and then bringing it back up. It was all in the marina under David's supervision. There was a specific process that he went through. There were notebooks, and he would sign off on specific line items, whether I had performed it to satisfaction or not.
And do you know who developed that training program? Was it David Lockridge that developed that program?
I believe it was David, yes.
And how many dives did you conduct as a pilot in training?
A dozen.
And were they all domestic dives?
Yes, they were all in the Everett Marina.
Did you ever become a qualified?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. There was one training dive in Antipodes in Puget Sound with Chris Imes and David Lockridge.
Okay. Did you ever become a qualified pilot on the Antipodes or the Cyclops one?
I became what was called a level 1 pilot in Cyclops 1, which simply meant that I could take it on and off of the launch and recovery system, basically. I wasn't qualified to take customers or anything along those lines.
And which platform was that?
The LARS, the launch and recovery system.
But for the Antipodes or the Cyclops one?
I'm sorry, for Cyclops 1.
And during the design and the construction of the Cyclops 2, which is later the Titan, what was your role?
My role was simply as a potential pilot
So did you
and paying the bills.
did you ever conduct training on that vessel, on the Cyclops 2?
Informal training, there were a few times that we would actually get and sit inside of the hull and play around with the computers, or there was one time we had actually, David, myself, and Stockton got bolted inside to test one of the CO2 scrubbers.
Were customers taken on dives in Washington?
Not that I'm aware of.
Can you describe your
There
interaction?
were people that were taken on,
Please go ahead.
I'm sorry, there were people that were taken on dives that weren't paying customers. We would have reporters come, and Stockton would come and take them and do a short dive just in the marina, just so they could see the system and see Cyclops 1.
And did those dives with those same kind of people, reporters and things of that nature, did that take place anywhere else to your knowledge?
Not while I was at OceanGate, no.
Can you describe for us your interactions with the board of directors?
My interaction with the board of directors was simply that I went to one board of directors meeting during 2017.
And how often did the board meet each year?
Once, maybe twice, I'm not certain.
How were the board of directors meeting ran? Like who led the meetings and how were they conducted? The one that you attended?
Stockton Rush ran the meeting, and it felt a little bit more like a sales pitch or a marketing type of meeting where he had PowerPoint slides up to talk about the Titanic expedition and then also give an update on where we were at with the build and what he thought the timeline was.
And what were the interactions? Was it kind of like a back and forth, or was it just him doing that presentation?
If I remember correctly, there wasn't a lot of interaction. It was more him just telling the board of directors, here's what's going on.
And what was your role in that board meeting you attended?
I was an observer, and I presented the financial statement.
And what was that? You said a financial statement. Can you kind of go into that?
It was just a basic balance sheet and income statement for whatever the time period was. I don't recall now. There wasn't much to Ocean Gate Inc. or Ocean Gate Expeditions because there weren't really any expeditions happening, so there wasn't a whole lot to present. It was more, we don't have a whole lot of cash, and therefore we're going to be going out with more stock to get more capital coming into the company.
Did you ever hear in that meeting ideas of how they were going to go about doing that and getting more funds?
Yes, they spoke about issuing more common stock, issuing more preferred stock, or potentially going out and trying to find somebody like a private equity firm or somebody who could help them raise capital.
Were the board meetings open to anyone in the company? Like, could anyone attend, or did you have to be invited? How did that work?
I don't recall specifically, but I believe you had to be invited.
And in that meeting that you specifically attended, was there anyone else that weren't either the CEO or board of directors in attendance?
I don't recall.
You kind of went into this a little bit with this specific meeting that you attended, but can you kind of give us more detail on the relationship between the company and the board as far as decisions and operational planning? Who made the Ocean Gate decisions in those meetings, the board or the CEO?
It was definitely Stockton making decisions. He would present things and there might be discussion, but in the end, inside or outside of that meeting, all decisions were made by Stockton.
Did you know any of the board members' names or their backgrounds or histories with the company?
I know a couple, John Lockwood, Coast Guard, he was on the board of directors. My understanding was he was supposed to be sort of an oversight for the company and to give Ocean Gate to show that, we're talking to the Coast Guard to give that view to people. Mike Ferlotti, I believe, is another one. I'm not sure if he was a friend of the family or if he went to school with Stockton's kids or something. I'm not sure. He was also on the board. He was also a stockholder. Those are the names I can remember off the top of my head.
Did you ever have any conversations with any of the board members at Ocean Gate?
Not beyond, hi, my name is Bonnie, nice to meet you.
Did any of the board of directors ever come down to the physical building of Ocean Gate? Did you ever see them there?
Yes, the board of directors meeting was actually at our main office in Everett, which is across the hall in a meeting room. So before the meeting, there would be board of directors, milling around our office prior to the meeting.
Were there ever any board members there that at another time other than the meeting that would be held for the board members?
I can't say for sure, but I do believe that they were there at other times, a couple of them. And Guillermo also was there, I recall that.
Did you ever have any safety concerns while you were employed at Ocean Gate? And if so, what were those concerns?
I did. As a pilot in training, there were a couple of things that gave me pause. There was the acrylic dome, which David and I had been asking Tony Nissen to, we had heard that there was paperwork on it, and we wanted to see that paperwork, and Tony wouldn't let us see it. So that was my first red flag. The other was the O-ring groove on the titanium. As a scuba diver and knowing how important O-rings are and how even with my underwater camera, if I have a cat here and there, I can flood my camera. So to see the O-ring groove that just to my diver's eye looked odd, I had questions about it that I didn't get satisfactorily answered, Tony. Those were the big ones.
When you were talking about the acrylic dome and you had asked Mr. Nissen to see the specs on the paperwork, did he give you a reason for why he wouldn't let you see them?
Not at first. He just said no, he wouldn't give them to us. We found out later in the safety meeting or the quality meeting that happened on January 19th, where David Lockridge was fired. We found out at that meeting that the paperwork that Tony had actually showed that the dome was rated to 1,300 meters, and that was why he didn't want us to see it.
You had mentioned that the O-ring groove looked odd. Can you kind of expound on that and explain what that means?
The O-ring groove was what they call a double dovetail. So the actual groove itself was shaped like a triangle where it was wider at the bottom. And then on the ceiling surfaces in the groove, there were plunge holes. So round holes basically that were wider than the actual O-ring groove. I'd never seen an O-ring groove like that. So for me, it just raised questions. I needed some explanation because I didn't understand it.
And this was on the first prototype hull for the Cyclops 2, correct?
This was on the titanium end rings, not the carbon fiber hull.
Got it. Did you ever bring those concerns up with your supervisors or your peers? And can you kind of describe those conversations?
By that time, I was working with David quite a bit with my training, so he and I spoke a lot about some of our concerns. Those were the big ones, but there were other concerns that as we would walk around the shop, for example, he would point out there were some young engineers, and by young I mean late teens, early 20s, without any experience that we were aware of, wrenching on the sub and without supervision right there on them. And that made me nervous because I know I don't know what I'm doing. And to see these young people without somebody supervising just what they're doing, do they know what the torque specs are? Do they know if they're dissimilar metals, things of that nature? That it just gave us pause.
And when you brought those concerns up, what were the replies of your supervisors about those concerns?
When I brought them up to Neil McCurdy, my boss, he said he understood and that he too had issues. But David, at that point, he was the director of marine operations. I looked to him for. I'm not an expert at any of this stuff. I'm an accountant. I'm a diver. So I had to trust in David that if he was okay with it, then I could be okay with it. But if he wasn't okay with it, then I also wasn't okay with it. So most of my concerns I brought to David, that he and I would discuss them. And he was significantly more concerned even than I was. And he's the expert, so I took his word that I should also be concerned.
And you had mentioned a second ago the January 19th meeting. Can you kind of go into that in detail, what that meeting was and who was in attendance in that meeting?
Prior to January 19th, David put together a quality report. I don't know if Stockton asked him to do it or if he did it on his own. Regardless, he put together a multi-point report that showed different concerns that he had about Titan. He emailed that out a couple days prior to January 19th and to the entire director group, which included myself, Tony Nissen, Neil McCurdy, Joel Perry, Scott Griffith, and Stockton. And after that email came out, Stockton set up this meeting to go through the report. And at the meeting was myself, David Lockridge, Tony Nissen, Stockton Rush, and Scott Griffith. And we basically went through the report line by line to talk through the issues and discuss what could be done to rectify the problems.
And what was the response on how to rectify the problems?
It depended on what the problem was. There were multiple issues. Like, for example, for the acrylic dome, it was at that meeting that David and I found out that the dome was only rated to 1,300 meters, which Stockton and Tony basically said, the guy who made the dome is using different math. This is an odd shape, so we need to use different math to come up with a safety rating, and that we would be fine, and there, if anything happened to the dome prior, we would see crazing, and that then that was a non-issue. Except that I wanted to see the report that showed that it only went to 1,300 meters. Stockton and Tony didn't want to let us see it. I asked if Tony could dumb it down for us, and he said he didn't have time to make a dumbed down report for us. The other thing was the O-ring grooves, like we discussed before, and the response to that was Tony said he spoke to the O-ring guy, I don't know who that was, and that he spoke to him on the phone, and over the phone the guy said, no, that O-ring groove is fine, no problem. I asked if there was a report. He said there was no report. It was just the guy on the phone. That didn't exactly give me comfort. And then finally, the big one was the hull, and how could we test it unmanned? And there was a lot of back and forth on whether it could even be done, was it cost effective? And in the end, Stockton said he would test the hull himself. He would only put himself in danger. David was not comfortable with that. He wanted unmanned testing first, and basically there was an impasse at the end, and Stockton said, well, then we're going to have to part ways. That's the short version.
Miss Carl, when did you leave Ocean Gate?
My last day was February 23rd, 2018.
And just my last question for you until I pass it to my colleagues. Can you kind of explain to us why you decided to leave Ocean Gate in February of that year?
After that meeting, it became abundantly clear to me that Ocean Gate was not the place I wanted to work. If that was their attitude towards safety, then I didn't want to work for that company. I had full trust in David Lockridge, and if he wasn't there, then I could not be a pilot there. And after that meeting, I went home and updated my resume and started looking for another job.
Thank you, Ms. Carl, Mr. Neubauer. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Commander Emmons. Mr. Fawcett has the next questions.
Thank you, Ms. Carl. I am Keith Fawcett with the United States Coast Guard. Thank you for being here. I just wanted to ask you a couple of clarification questions on the information you've provided thus far.
Okay.
So did you regularly attend management meetings at Ocean Gate in your role as Human Relations and Director of Administration?
I did. I was Director of Finance and Administration, and I took care of human resources.
And did you regularly attend meetings, management meetings?
Yes, I did.
So you mentioned the January 19th meeting, which was regarding the quality report. In that meeting, what was your role? Was it as a pilot or was it as a management member?
Both.
Did you participate in any planning sessions for the meeting with any of the principals that were there or any of the management team before the meeting as to what was going to transpire in the meeting?
No, the only thing I helped David proofread his report before he sent it out, but with regard to the meeting itself, I didn't know what was going to happen, except that I did know going into that meeting that Stockton most likely intended to terminate David's employment.
I want to go back to the questions my colleague asked regarding the Board of Directors. Were there detailed agendas published for the Board of Directors so that the content of the meeting could be executed efficiently?
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Do you know if the bylaws of the company required minutes of Board of Directors meetings?
I assume so, but I don't know for sure.
Have you ever seen minutes of Board of Directors meetings?
Ever? Yes.
And were those documents, did they appear to be minutes that were thorough and complete, representing what took place at a meeting?
Yes.
Sir, do you mind if I interject?
Yes, Ocean Gate.
Yes, just to clarify the question, is this regarding the one meeting that Ms. Carl was in? Because otherwise, it's unclear how she would know if they were accurate or not.
Yeah, what meeting were you referring to, Mr. Fawcett?
Yes. So did you see minutes of Board of Directors meetings? Have you ever seen them?
Ever in my career or ever at Ocean Gate?
At Ocean Gate.
At Ocean Gate, no.
Thank you. One of the terms in the Ocean Gate, pardon me, Ocean Gate April 2016 update newsletter, they mentioned Argus Expeditions. Do you know what Argus Expeditions is?
I heard of it, but I don't recall.
Do you know if it was a part of Ocean Gate's operations physically? In other words, is it an entity that's associated with Ocean Gate?
It was definitely associated with Ocean Gate, but I don't recall what the relationship was.
Did you ever see a contract between Ocean Gate and Argus Expeditions?
No. Nothing more.
So I want to shift focus a little bit on your pilot training at Ocean Gate. Would it be a fair statement that the safety of the submersible and its crew are the responsibility of the submersible pilot when that vessel is conducting dive operations?
Yes.
Who are the other individuals that were undergoing pilot training when you were undergoing pilot training at Ocean Gate for the submarine operations?
For the most part, it was just me by myself. There was a few days in December of 2017 where Scott Parazinski and I were being trained together in Cyclops 1 with, by David.
As part of the submersible pilot training that you received, how would you describe like risk assessment for the operation prior to diving? In other words, how did they take into account the condition of the submersible, environmental factors, loading of the submersible in terms of the number of passengers? How was that risk assessed?
There was a form that we would fill out looking at tides and weather and who was going to be in the sub, how much did they weigh, how much weight did we need to add. On the actual, before the actual dive, there was a physical walk around of the sub itself, checking external things, and then we would get inside the sub and check internal stuff. And so it was a pretty thorough review prior to actually going out to the dock to the submersible itself. There was a pretty thorough review prior to actually going out to the dock to the submersible itself. There was a meeting amongst all the people topside and the actual people who would be diving the sub to discuss all of those conditions.
Was there some type of measurement of risk, like it had a numerical value? For example, there was a number that meant it was safe to dive versus a number that meant it wasn't safe to dive?
That sounds familiar, but I'm sorry, I can't recall for sure.
And for the dives you participated in, was there a safety officer topside?
Always.
Could you restate that? You were cut off.
There was always a safety officer topside.
And who would that have been? I mean, which position?
Depended on the. So it wasn't necessarily specifically they were called the safety officer, at least not that I heard, but typically it was Scott Griffith or Ryan Stockfleet was often there. If a contract pilot was there, sometimes it would be them, Tim Counterson or Chris Iams. It just changed depending on who was there.
And you mentioned level 2. Just to be clear, in the pilot training, and by the way, we have Coast Guard Exhibit 081, which is the pilot training book, and the sign-off sheet for the training tasks, which is an exhibit for this investigation. Could we bring that up, Lieutenant Steele? And just turn to page 58 and 59. And just, I'll ask you, when it comes up on your screen, we'll give you a minute. Is that the training checkoff sheet for you for both theory and then the practical tasks for level 1?
Yes.
And it is redacted for the record. So level 2 was actually moving the submersible, in this case the Cyclops 1, off the Lars platform and actually conducting a dive. Is that correct?
I'm not certain. I never got to level 2 training.
So for the benefit of the public, the Coast Guard does not issue a credential, which sometimes is thought of as a license to operate submersibles. The individuals that operate passenger-carrying submarines or submersibles that operate in the various Coast Guard officer-in-charge marine inspection zones throughout the United States, for example, in Hawaii and in Guam, require a Coast Guard credentialed individual to serve as master because they are what we call passenger-carrying commercial vessels, subchapter T. So my following questions are about that. In your role as either a pilot or your role as a management person, do you know if drug testing, chemical testing was conducted for people that were fulfilling the role as a pilot for a submersible working at Ocean Gate?
No, there was no drug testing.
And for the record, they weren't required to have a credential. But do you know if
Correct.
do you know if those individuals were given physicals to ensure they were medically fit and free of diabetes, epilepsy, or other medical conditions which may hazard the operation of a submersible?
Not that I was aware of. I never received a physical.
Was there a company policy that required submersible pilots to manage fatigue in such a way that fatigue didn't impair their performance when they were operating the submersibles on dives?
I don't recall anything specific like that, no.
Thank you very much. That's my final questions, Captain.
Thank you, Mr. Fawcett. I'd like to go to the NTSB. Mr. Muse.
Thank you, Ms. Collar, for being with us. I just have a couple of follow-ups from Mr. Fawcett. The board of directors those meetings, was there safety ever an agenda item in any of those meetings?
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Was there some sort of log, like an OSHA 300 log, where you kept track of incidents or injuries at the company?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks, Kevin.
Ms. Carl, I just have a couple follow-up questions. In your role as in finance, do you remember if board members were paid?
I don't believe so, no. I never got a check to any of the board members for remuneration, no.
Did you pay other employees at Ocean Gate?
Yes, payroll.
Do you recall if Ocean Gate received any government grant money for scientific operations?
I don't know if you're talking about the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab stuff, or not that I'm aware of, no. We basically didn't have any money coming in except for from investors while I was there. And then some deposits for the Titanic expeditions.
Do you recall if the balance was ever at zero at Ocean Gate?
Of cash? Never hit zero, but we got very low to the point that I was very concerned that we wouldn't even be able to make payroll the next week.
Were you always able to make payroll?
We were, because typically what would happen in one of those situations was Austin would write a check and then we would pay it back, or he would convert it into some sort of common stock or preferred stock, or convert it into a note.
So just to clarify, Mr. Rush would provide a temporary loan to the company? Is that accurate to say?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, Ms. Carl. I'd like to shift the questioning to Ocean Gate Council.
Sure, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Carl. Just a couple of questions from our end. You mentioned that you left Ocean Gate on February 23rd, 2019. When did you begin working at Ocean Gate?
I left in 2018. I began working on March 10th, 2017.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, yes, and you left on February 23rd, 2018. My apologies. And you mentioned being in the marina or Puget Sound or other on-water operations. Is it correct that all those on-water operations that you participated in were on the Antipodes or Cyclops 1 submersibles?
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Ms. Carl. I want to see if there are any final questions from the board or Ocean Gate. Okay, I don't see any. Ms. Carl, you are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. Thank you for the testimony and cooperation. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you directly. If you have any questions about this investigation, you may contact the investigation recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. Thank you again.
Thank you.
At this time, the hearing will recess ahead of our next witness. Yes. And that's Mr. Tim Catterson, and we will try to, we will recess until at least 3 p.m., and then we'll see if Mr. Catterson's available early. Thank you. This hearing is now back in session. We will now hear testimony from Mr. Tim Catterson, a former Ocean Gate contractor. Lieutenant Steele, please administer the oath.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please stand and raise your right hand? A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing that, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Catterson. Thank you for being here today. Commander Whalen is going to start off your line of questioning.
Good afternoon, Mr. Catterson. All of my questions are going to be related to your background and then to your contractor experience with Ocean Gate. I will be asking you questions, followed with Lieutenant Commander Williams. If you need to take a break, just please let me know and we will take a break for you. I'd first like to start off with, if you can at least tell me about a little bit more about your background with regards to submersible operations.
My background concerning...
Your personal background, education, history, work history.
Okay. I'm a machinist by trade. I've been working with the manned submersible ROVs, marine sciences, and underwater work since about 1987. So it's kind of been a long road with marine research and marine science and integration, things like that. My machining background basically helps me to build devices, toys, samplers, things like that. It's like Toys R Us for the underwater world. I've also, my background doesn't, I don't have a paper trail by way of being an engineer, but I've had to do enough problems and sort out enough things that I do understand engineering. But it's just I don't have a trail of paper that says I do. Currently, have my own business, which I supply gear, sampling equipment, things like that to various different companies. I also go out and do operations on ROVs. So I'm a technician for working on ROVs for the propulsion, some electronic. And then I also do manned submersibles. I've been working with manned submersibles since the 80s, so it's just kind of stayed with me. I've worked for companies like Triton, Ocean Gate, the Hawaii Undersea Research Lab. I've worked in New Zealand with a submersible that I actually had pretty much built, and that went there. That particular sub is the one that came back and was then owned by Ocean Gate, which is how I actually was introduced to Ocean Gate. It's because they were seeking information on the operation and how to use the sub. So, and up till now, now I have a company that I work out of Tucson.
And have you ever received any formal manned pilot training
Recently? Or, well,
through your career?
through all of them. I mean, when I worked with the Hawaii Industry Research Lab, I had training going for the operation on the Pisces boats. When I worked with Triton, I had, basically they knew I was a pilot, but every company that has a submersible, they require you to have training with their submersible. So it's every company I've gone to, if I'm going to be piloting for them, they have something that they want me to learn from them.
And when did you begin working with OceanGate?
I don't know the exact date, but I would say somewhere around 2003 or 2004, around then, I think.
And what was your role in 2003, 2004 with OceanGate?
Well, the first time I was called by both Stockton and Guillermo. They had just purchased a sub. It's called the Antipodes. It's an old Perry boat, PC 1503. It's been modified significantly. Carries 5 passengers, a pilot and 4 passengers, and they had acquired it. This is the sub. This is the sub that I worked on. It was built specifically to operate in New Zealand in the Milford Sound area. And, well, it didn't work out, so I ended up being made redundant, came back home, went to work, and the sub basically disappeared for several years until it finally showed up again at OceanGate. And they've backtracked and found out that I was the one that did the build on it and operated, and so they asked me to come up and kind of explain the sub to them because they were very new at the submersible program that they were doing. This was their first big sub. So I went up and was planning to do like a training sequence with them, but they weren't quite interested in the full training sequence. He just wanted to see how it operates. So we did a rather short dive, and I wasn't able to show them quite as much as I, thought would have been correct, but I did show them how to ride the bubble anyway.
Have you ever piloted any of the other submersibles that OceanGate owned?
Sorry.
Have you ever piloted any of the other submersibles that were owned by OceanGate?
I've piloted I've done the Antipodes. I piloted that one a lot. I also piloted the Cyclops, the one that was the modified submersible that came from the Azores. That's it.
Did you ever pilot the Titan?
No.
Okay. And the Antipodes was ABS A1 classed?
Yeah, it's really hard to hear.
Okay. The Antipodes was ABS A1 classed?
Yes, it is. Yes, still is.
So you're familiar with the classification societies and their roles in certifying vessels?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe to me the classification procedure for a submersible? Have you ever gone through a classification procedure for a submersible?
Yes, I have.
Can you please talk me through that?
So with ABS, I have not done with anything with Lloyd's or anything like that. But with ABS, the process generally is you first make them aware that depending on what this is it a build, a new build, or is it a rebuild, or is it just a reclassing? So ABS is informed. They then have a surveyor that will come out, basically see what this process is or the program is. In the case of the subs that I've done, they've been always, there's a sub that's in place and they will come out and they'll do an inspection on it. After that, the sub is taken down to its individual parts, all gauges, all tanks, anything that needs to be classified, calibrated, everything has to get their certifications for like gauges, all gauges, depth gauges, pressure gauges, hydraulic systems, tanks, any pressure vessels have all got to go through a test and they get certified, at which point then all this data is then submitted back to ABS. Then the submersible, when it's reassembled, they will come out, usually, so it takes 3 trips for them, they'll come out a 3rd time. And this then is to make sure that everything is correctly assembled. You'll do checks for piping leaks, electronic checks and proofs for like ground fault testing and whatnot. And then finally, when everything all is done, testing, like you have to do like a drop weight tests and various stability checks and all that. Once that's done, a working depth dive is done. Now, my past here experience is that the surveyors always went on the dive, but lately I noticed that some of them don't wish to, and so we have to do it other ways, like take pictures, proof of depth, proof of functionality, and all this. So it's the whole process takes months, several months, probably about 4 months, depending on how fast you can get things organized.
And is this a common process for submersibles to be classed in the submersible industry?
Let's say,
So with all your years of experience in the submersible industry, are the majority of submersibles that you operated, have they been classed?
yes, yes.
Have any other than the Cyclops 1 not been classed?
That I've worked
That
with?
you've operated?
None. They've all been, that would have been the first one that it was not classed.
Were you aware that the Titan was not classed?
The Titan?
Titan.
Yes.
Have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Rush regarding the classification procedure and/or requirements for the Titan?
Yes.
Can you please tell me about that conversation?
They were usually rather short. They basically amounted to that the reason for the classification is basically that it's proof of due diligence. It's also primarily one of the ways that you can get insurance for the submersibles. That's one of the very big things, actually. I had explained this to him, and I guess that wasn't as big of a worry for him as it would be for most people. I don't know. I said my piece, and there it went. That's as far as it went.
So in your professional opinion, as a submersible pilot, would you recommend a submersible becoming classed?
Yes, certainly. It's a third-party opinion. It's like getting a second opinion from your doctor or something. ABS is not supremely versed with manned submersibles, but that's not the point. What they do is have all these criteria and standardized checks and balances that you need to maintain. So they may not know how the sub works specifically, but they know that if your breaker panel, you have to have X amount of protections for either, fusing or power overloads, or the hydraulic system. You need to prove that, in fact, that you can deliver the system pressure or the volumes that you need. Or in your pneumatic systems, you need to prove that you have life support to the degree that they have. Well, ABS has not come up with these standards. PVHO does this. PVHO is the pressure vessel for human occupancy. They've set standards for standard man, the requirements for life support that's needed. And pretty much verbatim, every testing or classing organization out there follows that, literally, to the word. So it's well known what you need to have. And so ABS is basically that third party that proves, because they check, they say, yes, this is what we have, this is what you need to do. And so it goes to the very end. So it's your due diligence is checked all along the way by a third party.
And since the purchase of the Antipodes from OceanGate, which was approximately 2010, do you know how many times you worked as a contractor for OceanGate?
How many times?
Roughly.
In the very beginning, I was called up several times a year. I would go up for maybe 2 weeks. And then as they got more acquainted with the Antipodes, not as much. I was usually called in when there was kind of something maybe larger going on, a dive that required more than just going down and looking, I suppose you could say. If we were going to go to do a survey, or to do it was anything that was a little bit more than their usual thing, diving in outside of Everett.
And in your time as a contractor with OceanGate, how would you describe their workplace environment that you observed?
The workplace environment was actually quite good. They always made sure that, there was a space, that the places were cleaned up. I mean, like operation for a warehouse or things like that, because that's usually where you work on the subs. In the warehouse and in places like that, they would make sure that if you were doing lifting procedures, you would get help. And then as it moved out to other projects, they often had toolbox talks, about safety and wearing your, protective, devices and things like that, helmets, steel-toed shoes. So they were quite aware about, maintaining a safe working environment for the people there. Oftentimes, when I was in the warehouse, sometimes I probably wasn't wearing my steel-toed shoes, but it was, they did have a protocol, albeit sometimes loose, but they did have a process of trying to keep people from getting hurt. That's quite true, they did. Yeah. Does that?
Perfect. While at OceanGate, did you ever work with Mr. David Lockridge?
Oh, yes, David, yes.
How long have you known Mr. Lockridge?
I met him actually when he came over in the very beginning to try out as a kind of a test for OceanGate to see you know, if there was a job there. I mean, at the time, he was living over in Scotland. So he had come over was interviewed and was basically just wanting to see if he was a fit for him. So I've known him since he started. I was there before, and I knew him when he was working there. And
Were you aware of, and did you have any part in the inspection record that he produced to Mr. Rush in the early 2018?
No, I've never seen it, nor have I gotten to read it, but there were some, you know, things that, of course, we talked about. So, you know, he had issues and I had issues, and we all, we did discuss things, and so I'm assuming some of those discussions were probably in his paper, but I don't know.
What were some of the issues that you had that you discussed with Mr. Lockridge?
Well, I think I couldn't tell when Bonnie was talking, but she was saying something about the O-ring groove. And on that face, so the O-ring groove was a dovetail groove. I cut them. I know what they are. I machine them and I make them. And they are built specifically to maintain an O-ring from getting loose once they've been put in place. That's all fine and good. But the process that they did to cut the O-ring groove, it means that you have to bring a dovetailed cutter, which is wider at the bottom than it is at the top, down into the groove to cut this. And on this particular one, usually what you would do is you would get a cutter that the bottom of the head is a smaller diameter than the overall width of the top of that groove. So you could fit it down in, cut the dovetail, which means you'd have to do several passes, and then you would come out, and what that would leave is a groove on the top, which is unblemished, and the dovetail down beneath. But this one was done apparently with a much larger cutter. It was titanium, so maybe there was just issues about that. I don't know. But when they did it, they did a plunge cut. They cut the groove first, and then did a plunge cut with the dovetail down to the bottom, which you could then go around the entire O-ring face, and then at one point there would be a hole that breached the edges of the O-ring groove. That's where the cutter was put down in, and then the grooves were cut, and then it was removed back out that hole. So that means on that face of the O-ring groove on the inside, there were divots. I don't know if that makes sense, but I can draw it up for you if you like. But
It makes perfect sense. Now, that was the original Titan hull back in 2017. So
that was that was the first and only of those two end caps. The titanium.
Of the end caps, correct.
Yes.
So, or end rings, we'll call them, the titanium rings.
The end rings themselves. Okay, so you're asking about?
So what I'm asking is, so that was, you had witnessed that in the old the first Titan hull.
Yes.
Correct. And since you have worked and contracted by OceanGate with the new or final Titan hull, correct?
The final Titan, yes, there were two hulls. Okay,
two carbon fiber hulls.
Yes. The end caps remain the same.
Were correct. So that was the same in 2018 as it was in 23.
Yes, they were exactly the same hulls. Yes, they were the same.
Throughout your years with OceanGate, were you involved in any domestic missions with OceanGate, so operating as a pilot domestically within the United States
What, you mean for the Titan?
for Cyclops 1 or Antipodes?
I did projects with them. We dove in Monterey Bay. We did dives. Well, I didn't do any dives on that one, but we went out to the, what is that one? It's the one just offshore, over by, in Massachusetts.
Is that the
The
Andrea Doria?
Okay, yeah,
Can you
sorry.
tell me more about the Andrea Doria mission?
I was doing surface communications on that one, so I didn't do the dive, but I mean, I was out on that operation. So,
And did that Andrea Doria mission have any mission specialists aboard?
yeah, well, let's see, it was, there was Dave, there was Stockton, there was Renata, and I don't know, I think there probably were, I think there were 5 people, but I only kind of remember the 3.
And do you remember anything in particular with that dive? Was that a successful dive? Was it characterized as a
Well,
successful dive?
The first dive, they did 2 tries on it. The first dive that they went, there's a current out there. I mean, the Andrea Doria is known to be a scuba diver graveyard. There are currents out there, and they did a dive, and basically, I think they underestimated the current, and they got pulled off and couldn't reach the ship, couldn't get to it. So then they were brought back up, recovered, and brought in closer, and then they dropped down. I mean, it's only like 200 some odd feet. So they dropped back down, they got close to the bottom, and then did manage to work their way up to some portion of the hull of the Andrea Doria. I don't know which side, I don't know much details about it, but they did find the ship at least, you know, sitting in front of them.
Were you made aware of it while any time during that dive that they may have gotten entangled with the Andrea Doria?
That they had to do.
That they had been entangled or had maybe an emergency situation with the Andrea Doria?
I heard that they got stuck in the mud, which the skids on the Titan were basically these big flat plates, and when you land, they're okay. They'll sit there like skis, but if you try to move them around, if you move while they're on the bottom, what happens is the sand or mud or whatever piles up on top of the skids. I was led to believe that they had done something like that, and they got their skids stuck in the sand and mud, which basically means, you know, you just have to kind of rock it to get it out of there. I've done the same thing before on different subs where you just sit down and the vacuum under the skids, it holds you there. And so you basically have to be aware of it and then do some maneuvers to get, you know, out of that mud and sand. So that's what I understood.
Mr. Catterson, just for the record, you said Titan. Is this the Cyclops that we're talking about?
Sorry, yeah.
Just want to make sure.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I know, it's the big one, the big eye one.
Thank you, sir. So now I'd like to move on to the Titanic expeditions and your role as a contractor in the Titanic expeditions, and start with 2021. Were you on board Expedition 2021 at any time?
I went out on all 3 years of expeditions. I didn't go out on every trip out per expedition, so they had usually 5 weeks. They would go out and do 5 different sections. I was usually there for 2 or 3. It's just, you know, they would trade out. So the first 2 years, I was there as a safety diver. Basically, to help if there's some issues with getting the sub on the LRT, which was generally the case. So my job was basically as a diver, standby. So if they were coming up and they were in rough enough, well, the water might have been rough enough so that so the LRT, to make it work, to be functionally well working, the LRT should be low enough in the water so that the water's not moving the sub around when they come in for a landing. There were times when they had the cabling that was supporting the platform onto the surface, coupling it to the surface, were too short. And so sometimes the sub was, a little squirrely trying to get it into position and place. So, and more often than not, that was the times when I was going into the water to help them guide the sub in, to get it, to make sure that they could latch in and then recover. There was perhaps 2 times when they dropped weights and the mechanism didn't function, quite well. I mean, so they released the weights, but the weight didn't go away.
I'll get to those in just a few seconds.
And, yeah. And,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. And so there was some cases like that where I'd go in and cut them loose and so they can square up and land.
So you've used the acronym LRT. Can you tell me what LRT means?
The LRT, that's actually my term for it, because when I worked for the university, we called it the LRT, but it's a LARS. It's a launch and recovery platform, or launch, recovery, and transport.
So we know in 2023 that one of your positions was as the platform operator, so you're very familiar with the launch and recovery system.
Yes.
Can you please tell me and tell us about how it worked and its dimensions and the purpose of it?
Okay, so they had it, the LARS for Ocean Gate was pneumatically controlled. The idea, it's a good idea if it could have been implemented well, but the idea is to try to make this so that it's a diverless recovery and launch. That was the ultimate goal, was to work in that direction. So the platform was controlled pneumatically from the surface. There was an umbilical that went down to the platform, controlling both the vent valves and the flood valves. Right, so a person could virtually on the surface drive the platform up or down. It sounds like a great plan, but almost inevitably it's hard to replace a person that is down there that actually can see what's going on exactly, compared to being on the surface and doing certain steps. And for the most part, I think hoping that every time that it comes up exactly as it's supposed to. That's the hard part, is that when I worked in Hawaii, they had an LRT also. It carried 3 support divers. There was a pilot on the LRT. Literally, he could watch and see everything. This particular one was doing the same thing, but you're on the surface and you cannot actually tell exactly what's going on down there. So it's, like I said, the idea was a nice idea. And I suspect that if more work and development went into it, it would probably be a great idea. But at the time, you're still trying to look through water and to see what's going on, and you don't actually know.
Do you remember what missions you were on in 2021?
On what?
Do you remember what missions you were on for the Titanic expedition in 2021?
So the first year I was on the last two. The second one, I think I was on the last two as well. I was usually there at the end. And then on the third and final one, I think I did 3. Yeah.
You had mentioned some drop weight issues, and while you were the diver, can you talk to me a little bit more about those drop weight issues that you were there that you witnessed?
Well,
And do you remember the dive number offhand?
it would have been on the 2021, 2022 on one of the dives, during the 2 trips that I was out. They were making an ascent, and it was just coming up quite slow. So there's a point where the first 2,000 meters, basically, in seawater, due to the temperature change, the buoyancy from surface to about 2,000 meters down, the density of the water changes the most. Once you get past 2,000 meters, it pretty much flat lines almost all the way down to the bottom. But the first 2,000 meters changes density, meaning you have to calculate your drop weights and ballast to accommodate that 2,000 meters. Basically, the water is getting thicker and heavier the deeper you go. So you need to, as you're dropping through the water column, you need to have enough weight to make sure that you'll still maintain a negative ballast if you're going to go deeper to get past that 2,000 meters. Generally, that's as an example, a 10-ton sub or a 15-ton sub. That's all displacement. That's how you know the weight of the sub. It's what it will displace. And for around 10 to 15 tons, you basically need, if it's neutral at the surface, by the time you get down to 2,000 meters, you need to have about 200 pounds more weight. It's changed that much over that volume. So, it's making a long story. Now I'll cut to the chase. They didn't have quite as much, they didn't have enough weight as they were coming up with the ballast. And so it came up to a point where the sub became neutral. All right. So you have to dump some more weight. And they did. They dropped some more weight, and then it started coming up more and more. But then they got to, again, they only were able to drop 70 pounds or something like that. It's what I believe it was once they got up. That's not enough to do what they needed to have happen. So the sub was coming up and getting, literally it was going to be stuck at somewhere around, I think they were between 15 and 1,700 meters. So the belly of the sub has these weights that you can jettison the whole thing. Nobody wants to do it because that literally will end your dive trip, because this is part of the assembly. It's an emergency drop weight. They needed to go and do the emergency drop weight. One side of it let loose and it swung down and they dropped their weights and up they came. Half of it was still connected. It swung down, which, okay, yay, they didn't have to replace this. It came up, but now it was hanging below the sub. And so I had to go into the water and pull it back up into place and secure it. So otherwise they couldn't land on the LRT. So yeah, there was a buoyancy issue. And it was enough that they, went through their other procedures and, he was prepared to drop it. And they did, but it didn't completely release.
Do you know who was the pilot on that dive?
Me?
Do you know who the pilot was on the dive?
It was either Stockton or Scott. I'm not sure.
I'd like to talk about Expedition 2023. When did you come on board Expedition 2023?
I came in on the last 3 trips out. So the first 2, Ryan was running the LRT, and then he basically had to go home. And so I came out and finished up the rest of that. So that would have been the last 3 trips out.
And what's Ryan's last name?
Where was he at that time?
What is his last name? Last name?
Stockfleet.
Okay. In 2021 and 2022, there were significantly more OceanGate employees aboard the expedition, especially then we're on for Mission 5. Do you know why this was the case? Or were you aware of why there was less employees than previous years?
I don't really. My connection with OceanGate was a couple of times, a couple of weeks each year, so I didn't really.
Were you paid for your services in 2021 and 2022 on the expeditions?
Was I paid?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you paid on Expedition 2023?
Yes.
Did you feel in Expedition 2023 that OceanGate staffing was sufficient to ensure safety?
Well, I think training and operations at sea could have been better. Look, most of the time they do their operations, they're operating out of Everett. They're doing training and seamanship and how to do all of this. But Everett is like a bathtub compared to going out into the North Atlantic. And it is different. It's more demanding. It's harder. We had fog. We had all sorts of things which hardly any of them actually got to practice with when they're at Everett. Yes, they're going out onto the ocean. Great. They are seeing chop and some seas. But it's not like going out and basically getting hammered sometimes out in the North Atlantic. So I would say that the training was up to par for where they were working with. But once you stepped out into you just stepped into the barrel of a gun. It's just bigger out there. And so I think the training probably didn't reflect as good of a base of knowledge for out there. That's just an opinion.
So regarding the support vessel, so in 2021 and 2022, the support vessel was the Horizon Arctic.
Yes.
In 2023, the support vessel was the Polar Prince.
The Polar Prince, yes, correct.
Can you talk to me about the different modes and methods at which the Titan was operated off of those vessels?
You mean, what are my thoughts on the shipboard stuff?
On the storage and logistics of one, from having the Titan and the Lars on the aft end of the ship to towing it from to and from the Titanic.
That's a hard call. Again, just my opinion, but on the Arctic, they had a ramp off the stern that and with tuggers, and they would literally pull the LRT up this ramp and bring it up onto the back deck of the ship. Frankly, I think it probably took a bigger beating coming up that ramp, getting it positioned, getting it on the ramp, and pulling it up and sitting it up on the back deck than what it saw riding around, splashing around on the LRT, truthfully. When you're on the LRT out in the water, you're doing this, but it's not this. You're just getting tossed all around. But when we were pulling it up that ramp, there were definitely some hits. It's, steel against steel. And when it was brought up, it's now bum, 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 bum. I think it probably took more hits on the Arctic than the Polar Prince, to be honest with you. Obviously, it's a longer tow, and so you're getting at cyclic fatigue. I don't know. It's the order of magnitude, whether you have a lot of small hits or a couple of big hits. I'm not quite sure how they balance out, but again, just my opinion. I think it was a rougher ride there.
While you were on board Expedition 2023, how would you describe the weather conditions?
Well, none of them were good. None of the days were good. For the most part, well, as you well know, that last dive was the only dive that they actually made, of any consequence to any depth. All the rest of them, they were weathered out. It was pretty much pretty much all the way through, waiting on weather. There were fogs. I mean, it's an accepted rule that you don't launch or recover, whether it's ROVs or HOVs. You don't do operations if you don't have at least a kilometer of visibility, at least that. And there were times when the fog visibility was maybe 100 foot at best. So those days were weathered out. They just simply couldn't dive. That final day, on the 18th, that was the first day that we had where I saw the sun. The fog was gone, the ocean was calm. It's like, I don't know, somebody just blessed it that day or whatever, because it looked like a perfect diving day. Water was flat, everything was good. So we went ahead.
With regards to that day, can you start from the pre-dive brief and tell me about the period leading up to the commencement of the dive?
Well, the pre-dives, OceanGate had a very long, extensive pre-dive. From any of my experience, I mean, when I'm doing subs, there is a pre-dive check that you do, and you go through and you understand what's needed. But this seemed to be, because there were so many things in motion, it was a rather large and complicated procedure. We started at 4 a.m. that day, and We launched at 8 o'clock. So there was essentially like almost 4 hours worth of pre-diving and prepping and getting things up and going. I'm not used to that sort of procedure. It's like there were so many things that had to be looked at and checked and over. It's not their subs do not have that many things to check over and over and over, but there were. We did. And that also includes the LRT, the platform. There's a whole checklist for it as well. So all this thing is going in tandem. And by the time we got it all done, everybody was loaded. The hatch was secured. And it was 8 o'clock. And this was like one of the first times I've ever seen where we actually managed to launch at exactly the time we had scheduled for. Normally we'd be running late, just because there's so many things to check and then recheck and but so the process went. The LRT was set up to ready to go. The sub then was finally set up and ready to go. And then we did the launch at, 8:05 or something. I think that's what the log says.
And what was your responsibility on that day?
I was running the platform again. So I was going, basically I did all the dive checks for the platform, which I had done, took 15, 20 minutes. It's not that hard. At which point then I also did work with helping them, get the sub ready, or, if somebody needed a pair of hands to shift, like possibly to shift the ballast around on the LRT to make it sit square, or deploying the buoys and stuff like that. Deploying the buoys, generally you needed somebody a bit stronger, so, I was setting off the buoys where they have a buoy, and then there's an anchor and a lock at the bottom, so the LRT drops down and sits on a 4-point subsurface. So those anchors are they were basically big chain links, and they're kind of hard to wrestle with. So I was doing that as well. So I just had the horsepower.
And during this was dive 88. So during dive 88, was there any issues or problems with any of the materials or the sub or the launch and recovery system?
No. Actually, it was an amazing day. Everything was just boom. It just took a long time, but there were no red flags. It's like I said, the sun came out, everybody just got blessed or whatever. So it was a good day. We were on time. We did the launch, and then he took off.
And did you have any communications with any of the crew members of the Titan submersible?
Did I?
Yes.
We had radio on board, so I was assigned into the dinghy, so I'd spent literally since 4 o'clock till they launched out there, either working on the LRT or positioning things or whatever. And so we had radios in the dinghy. So I was in contact with sometimes people that were working in and around the sub, if they needed like something, a tool, or to check if the thrusters are rotating, make sure people are all clear, and for just doing checkups and things. So yes, I had a radio that I could talk into the cab of the sub. I could also talk to the ship.
And what were your communications that day?
Well, the communications mostly were to the sub, because when they're going to when they finally get everything all sorted out, they need to go through systems checks. Thrusters, lights, air, pumps, everything. And so you try to do that before the passengers come out because they just don't, it's just not a good thing to have, thrusters running when there are people that don't really know exactly what this is all about. So we were getting this done before they ever even came out. So I was on the outside doing like lights check, checking with the acoustic, you give it a little scratch and see if they can hear you on the inside. Basically getting it ready. So I was in contact with that. They would say, can you check to make, are the thrusters clear? Is everything ready for chests? Yeah. Yes.
Did you have any communications with the passengers?
No. Well, I mean, the person I was talking to would either be the pilot or somebody that's working on the sub, but no, the passengers weren't even out there yet. Literally, they were still on the ship.
Did you have any communications with the passengers after they had come out to the submersible?
They didn't. I mean, you're talking about other times, I suspect, right?
No. So on Dive 88, as you're in the rigid hull inflatable acting as the platform operator, and the passengers get brought out with the other rigid hull inflatable vessel.
Yeah, they come out on another dinghy, and they get out, and then I helped even get them, to safely get around the dome because the back aft end of the LRT is slanted, and so I wasn't crazy about that. Anyways, I helped them get around, and then they got into the sub. At that point, then the sub is secured, and
I just meant communication as they were approaching, like you just said, you just stated you were assisting them to get around.
No, other than throw me the tagline or something like that, but no, it's just.
Okay.
They were coming in on a different boat. I was basically at the end of the LRT with several other people. They're going to come up, throw a bow line to me, and we'll pull them in and secure it, and so then people can start crawling out of the boat. That's pretty much the sum total of that communication.
Okay. And then what was the next step? So after the passengers get into the submersible, then what happens?
The dome is secured, which, is a process, but it's secured and then it's bolted closed. And then we did a test. Yes, we did that even for the dive too. So we did a test where we pulled vacuum to make sure that the O-ring seals. And then, in fact, we did pull the vacuum on the hull a little bit, just so they could test to make sure that the O-ring is seating. So we pulled the vacuum on that, and then I disconnected it, locked everything up, and then that was put back in the boat. And they would look at the barometer on the inside to see if there was any changing in air pressure. And there was no leaks, so they were all good with that.
And if there were to be an issue or a problem, would they have radioed that to you?
Yes, yeah, they would have, the dive would have been aborted until it was fixed. I mean, that was part of their process, their system of checks that, the vacuum had to hold. It had to be in place.
So what was your next step? So the passengers have been loaded, everybody's been bolted, and what was the next step for you as the platform operator?
After that, everybody that came in, so that there would have been two boats out there now, the boat that I was in and working with, and the boat that brought the passengers. So then everybody would leave the platform, and it is, for all practical and purposes, it's ready to dive at this point. Well, there were some stop chocks that you need to pull out so that the sub can get out of the saddle. And that of course, was done early on. So we all left. And at that point, I wait until I get the command to, they're ready to launch. So that means the pilot is going through system checks in the subs now. Now that everything's closed up, he's getting everything up and running. Sonar, communications, thrusters, everything is coming live on the sub. And I'm basically waiting until they are ready to dive.
And at the point at which they did, on this day, they did dive, can you tell me, is there a signal that is a normal signal that the dive is commencing from the submersible, or do you just hear over the radio?
You mean for me to submerge the platform?
Yes.
I get that from the ops director on the ship.
So you got that from the ops director, and then what happened?
I was told they're ready to dive. So at that point then, I make sure everybody's clear, and then I start venting the tanks. And the LRT basically sinks below the waves, and along with it, the sub goes down to the bottom, at which point now no longer my radio does not work to anybody on the sub. So as soon as they're down there, I lose communications. So the ship and the sub will establish communications by their acoustic link. Their acoustic link, and their communications is set up by going through an acoustic modem. So once that's established, I have no control over anything at that point. Now it's all between the ship and the sub. They're in communications, and at which point the pilot says that all systems are go, we are ready to dive. And they're given permission by the ship to do so, which they will then come out of the saddle, drive out, and commence their dive.
Once they've come out of the saddle, as you stated, do they normally resurface?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They normally resurface to make communications with yourself, or?
Well, so once the sub leaves the LRT and drives off, 10 meters, 15 meters, they start their dive. The LRT platform is empty, at which point I'm told from the ship that the submersible is now, they've started their dive. I'm clear to recover the LRT. So at that point, then I bring it back up to the surface, where we will wait there until the submersible passes 1,000 meters. So we stay there with the platform ready just in case, I don't know, something is going to go wrong, and then they have to, abort the dive and come back up. So we basically stay there and wait until they reach 1,000 meters, which we did. And after that, they told us that they've passed 1,000 meters. It's time you can come in now. So that's basically at that point, I secure the LRT and we head back in and I have breakfast.
So on June 18th, 2023, at what time did you approximately arrive back at the Polar Prince?
Back to the boat.
Back to the vessel after the Titan had departed.
They launched at 8. It was probably, I think we were out there, I may have been able to get back to the ship maybe about 8:45, maybe a little bit later, but it was about right around there. It was at least a half hour before, they get to their 1,000 meters. It's usually the case. And they called in. Since I was, kind of diving and wrestling with things, I wasn't wearing a watch. So I don't know exactly. But it was, the time it takes them to get to 1,000 meters. So 20 minutes to 30 minutes. at which point then I go back to the ship. Also, at which time I'm off duty, so I just basically went and got something to eat. And I'd spent out there on the water since 4 that day, so everything, I was cold and ready to get warmed up and have some breakfast. So that's what I did. I went and had a breakfast and ate and then went up.
At that point, did anybody make any notification to you that there was any emergency aboard the Titan?
No, I'm not sure they even knew exactly where I was, to be honest with you, but no. I like I said, I went and I had breakfast, I took a shower, got warmed up, and then I went up to the bridge. I was in no big hurry, but I just wanted to go up and, well, they made it to the Titanic. Let's see pictures, let's hear what's going on. At which point, when I came up, that's when I discovered that, in fact, there were no communications.
Do you know approximately what time that was?
I would just guess it was just probably about 9:45 or 10, maybe something like that. About.
And then from that point on, what was your role? What did you begin to do at that point?
I had no role then. I mean, I was off duty. I had no role, although I have experience with subs, so I basically voiced my opinions about, we can do this, we can do this. Are you doing this? Type of thing, but in truth, I was a bystander.
And did you assist in the search and rescue or any type of the actions that took place? Yes. Can you please explain what you did?
In the search and rescue, there was Scott Griffiths, myself, Kyle Bingham. We were all basically tied in with this. I was tied into it just basically because of my back history. I haven't gone through an emergency like this before, but I've certainly gone through the whole process before. So at which point we did everything that we could to try to ascertain whether it was just a communications issue or something else. It was at that time when it's basically, I started asking questions about when did it happen, or what's the interrogation rate of the tracker, or things like that. Can you track it? And that's when I learned that both the tracking and the communications stopped. Okay. They both stopped because OceanGate was using the acoustic modem that is built onto the transducer to use that as also a communications link. It works fine. But I don't think that was ever the intent of the company that makes those beacons to be used like that. Its primary function was to improve your tracking ability so there's an acoustic modem built on there, which is tied in with a depth sensor. So when the beacon is at a particular depth, the depth sensor on the tracking beacon will also send this data up to the short baseline that's on the ship. This allows the computer, the computation stuff, to be much simpler because it only has to really figure out a range and bearing rather than extrapolate the depth from the angles. So you get range and bearing from the head, and then the added data coming up from that transponder is giving you the depth. So that's what it was made for, to improve the tracking in the 3D picture. They can also be used to send AUVs command signals like do a certain search pattern, grid pattern, or whatever. I mean, it's very useful. It's just that it also worked as to be able to type up messages and sending them up through the acoustic modem as well. Normally, there would have been 2 devices there. You know, your communications, which is completely separate from your tracking. This is the first case I've ever seen where it was all done on the same thing, which basically means that when one failed, so did the other. So both tracking and communications were down, at which point then we tried to find out, well, what was their last known depth? What was their position? You know, all of these things. To at least we needed to get like a last known fix. And since both things went out at the same time, we assumed that it was something had failed on the transponder itself. Well, that's the first conclusion one comes to. It's like, yeah, it's not working.
So did you remain on the polar prints?
I stayed on, yes, yeah, I was on the polar prints for the process of, you know, of the looking for it, all that. I was there, you know, I tried to utilize some of the points and positions and to try to figure out how the Canadian Coast Guard was able to triangulate. Because they were giving us fixes. They said that they heard this knocking. And unless all of their sonobuoys were picking this up, you wouldn't be able to triangulate. Yeah, and you know what I mean? I mean, if they had one buoy out, 2 buoys out, 2 buoys, maybe you might get something, but 3 or 4 would be much better. And they would all have to hear it, and they would also have to have a timestamp on when the signal came in for each one of these things, at which point then, yes, they were giving triangulated positions for where they think this is coming from now, this noise is coming from. And so we were assuming, I mean, noise from the ocean is not, it's chaotic. You don't, unless you're listening to a dolphin click or something like that, for the most part, nothing is clear and even and equal. But the claims, I never heard the sounds, but what the Canadian group said is that it was a clear knocking sound, knocking or clicking or banging. You know, it's whatever word they chose to use, and they said that it happened over several different times. This, you know, it's obviously it's if it happens more than once and if it happens consistently, it's something that's humans are doing. It's not arbitrarily happening. So with that in mind, we're now assuming that, oh crap, they're drifting, because the first triangulation they gave us was basically about 100 meters. It was about 100 meters to the southeast of their last known fix. So we went to this position, and they focused on putting more buoys out there, but it was very sporadic with this knocking. And then, of course, they finish at the end of the day, and then they go home because they're running out of fuel. They got to get more buoys and, all this thing. So logistically, they weren't sending these sonobuoys out 24/7. They were through the daylight hours. Mm-hmm. So the next morning, they would be back, and more sonobuoys would go out. And another time, there would be another triangulation spot that it's in a different place, farther. What I did notice is that it was always farther to the southeast. It never went north of the fix. It never went, full east or west. It was always on this swath, kind of heading down to the southeast. So we assumed that it was drifting, possibly mid-water. Maybe they're dragging over the bottom. Don't know. Have no idea. This was all theories that were just flying around between people who are totally without sleep and very anxious, and just it's the worst thing that could be happening.
Did the Polar Prince have an ROV on board? A remotely operated vehicle that could get to the depth for rescues?
The Deep Energy was one of the first ships that responded and showed up. Now, Deep Energy is a large behemoth pipe-laying ship, and it carries 2 ROVs with it. Now, these ROVs are basically designed for, they do work all over the world, but these are work-class ROVs, and their usual operating depth for most the industrial ROVs is 3,000 meters. Not enough. When they came onto the scene, Scott, myself, and Jairus transferred over to the Deep Energy. And Jairus was the doctor on board. Scott Griffiths was the ops director, and I was me. We went over there. I spent most of my time with the ROV guys in the shed. I was kind of working between them. I got the information for how deep it was. Can you dive? What would it take? And logistically, if they can get down there and find something, what would they need on, what we'd need on the surface to do the recovery sort of thing. So I was talking with, I don't know his last name. His first name was John. He was the ROV, chief ROV operator on the Deep Energy. And he basically said that we have enough string to reach that, but the ROV is not built for it. That said, it would be criminal for us not to try. So they did. They sent their ROV down. Again, I was with them. We ran it all the way down to the very end of their main cable. And then this ROV runs off with a TMS. It basically spooled out the 1,000 meters that it had on its tether and made it down to the bottom at the site. We were diving at the last fix. Unfortunately, we managed to get to the bottom and just about touched down, and the cameras were working, and then we lost telemetry. Right immediately after that, cameras went out, everything. Then the vehicle went dead. So now they've got all the cable stretched out, they've got a dead vehicle down there, which we have to do, I say we, I didn't have anything to do with that, but they had to do a dead vehicle recovery and then bring up the ROV, and where they found out that they had kind of pretty much gutted the ROV. Their bottles had collapsed. They essentially destroyed the ROV, trying to help. So we continued using the other ROV, but not going as deep, but to try to use it as to use the sonar on the ROV to scan and see if we could go, nobody knew. Nobody knew what the depth was. We couldn't triangulate the depth from what they were getting on the surface. It just, it's just too much missing data. But in the possibility that under some scenarios, if they dropped all their weights and they had come up into the water column somewhere, we were trying to search, within the water column using the sonar off the ROV, because none of these other ships actually had, any bottom scanning capabilities. Of course, none of it worked, but that's how it went until the very end. And at the very end, the Arctic Horizon came in, and on the back it had a very specialized ROV from Pelagic Research Services. This one can dive to 6,000 meters. And it was something to watch. It was amazing. The ship pulled in literally. It almost was coasting to a stop, and they had launched the ROV, and it was on its way down full tilt. If there was any possibility that it was going to be doing a rescue, they came for hunt and bear, and they went down, got to the bottom, touched down, and within about 10 minutes found debris.
Thank you, Mr. Ketterson. I just have a few more questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
At approximately 10:47, when the submersible was at 3,341 meters, they had messaged dropping 2 weights. In
Yes.
your previous and throughout all your years of being a submersible operator, can you please talk to me about dropping weights and
Okay.
what would that mean at that depth?
Okay. Sub was on its way down, except for a few exceptions. Almost all of the subs use drop weights to get down. It's cost effective, it's efficient, it's simple and easy to work with. It's like a balloon. So when they drop down, usually before you have the bottom in sight, you will shed some of your weight. So you want to understand how much control you have over the sub, because from the surface till you starting to try to slow down is a free fall, essentially. You're trying to get the sub down there literally as quick as you can, because the longer you stay in the water column, the farther you get washed offshore, washed off target, so, sorry. Your ability to reach the target is quite important, and to do that, you need to go through the water column as quick as you can. Now, most subs will do about 32 to 35 meters a minute. That's standard. A limiting factor can do 55, but then they're also going to the Marianas Trench too. But for the most part, 30 to 35 meters a minute, that's a very standard number. So they're falling through the water column. once they start approaching the bottom, they're going to shed some weight because they've loaded up on the top. They have enough weight to make sure that they can get past, remember I said the 2,000 meter zone. They get past that, and now they want to be able to have it still enough weight so that they can get to the bottom in a reasonable time. So generally they're carrying 200, possibly 300 pounds of ballast. This is to do this, especially when you're going that deep. So he said on the log that they're dropping 2 weights. Each weight weighed 35 pounds. So they shed 70 pounds. That's not enough weight to stop. It's not enough weight to come back up. That's just, he's just shedding weight to slow down. And I'm sure the intent was to drop these weights, bump your thrusters on the verticals to kind of slow it down to a stop. Yes, perfect. We're good to go. And then they would continue on to the bottom. And considering who was in the cab with Stockton at that particular time, there are 2 billionaires in there with him. I would absolutely guarantee that he's trying to make sure that this just goes as absolutely perfect and spot on as he can. So he's slowing down early at 3,200 meters, 3,300 meters. Yeah, that's a little high still. Normally I would, if I'm dumping weight at 100 meters. It's okay. I mean, I think he's just, going to try to make everything perfect. It doesn't mean any emergency was in there. It just means that, the only emergency was probably what was going on in his head is like, we're not going to touch the bottom with a bump or anything like that. We are going to make this just smooth and as great as possible. So, yeah, he dumped essentially 70 pounds, which is only slowing you down.
Thank you, Mr. Catterson. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Catterson, we've been going for over an hour. Would you like to take a break at this time?
I'm fine.
Okay, we'll continue on. Thank you, sir.
If you have more.
Just a few more. I'd like to go to Lieutenant Commander Williams. Oh, I'm sorry. The board would like to take a quick break, sir.
Okay.
If you don't, we will recess and return at 4:45, sir.
Okay. 4:45.
The hearing is now back in session. At this time, I'd like to pass the questioning to Lieutenant Commander Williams.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Catterson, did you have any experience with carbon fiber?
A little bit.
Can you speak into the mic? I'm sorry. It might not be working.
Hello? Oh, okay, sorry. A little bit, yes. One of the companies that I've worked for in the past was, it's called ACM, Advanced Ceramic Manufacturing. Don't let the name fool you. They also did both ceramics and composites. So by no stretch would I say I'm an expert at it, but I'm familiar with carbon fiber and composites.
Were you involved in any conversations regarding testing of the carbon fiber hull, either hull number 1 or hull number 2 for Titan?
No.
What was your involvement with the construction or engineering design of the Titan hull, if any?
I had none.
The titanium rings or the segments, which included those dovetail cuts you previously discussed.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time telling what you're saying.
The titanium rings, the segments, which included those dovetail cuts that you previously discussed. I just want to confirm that those domes and titanium rings were reused from the first hull to the second hull.
Yes.
Were you involved in the detachment of the titanium rings from the first hull?
No.
And were you involved in the reattachment of the titanium rings to the new number 2 hull?
No.
Did you ever go on a dive on Titan?
No.
Were you ever asked to pilot for Titan?
Not Titan, but the Cyclops.
Would you have felt comfortable going on the Titan to depth?
No.
Can you please explain why?
I don't believe that composites are the correct material for a pressure vessel that's experiencing external compression. So I had my doubts. I had my opinions, of course. When I tried to figure out the strength of the hull, I couldn't make it work well enough, meaning a composite shell is strong under traction. Do we agree on that? Yes. Having said that, when you put it under compression, the carbon fiber is not taking the load. It is the matrix that holds it in place. The polyurethane, the acrylic, the epoxy, whatever the material is that holds these fibers into place, that's where your compressive strength comes from. The carbon fibers are strings. So, like I said, by no means am I an expert at this, but when I think about this, I can't bring myself to believing that these strings are staying fixed and absorbing all of the loading correctly as they should be. I think that when you put it under compression, they can buckle, they can shift, they can go side to side, they can move in all directions three-dimensionally, and the only thing that's holding them in place is the binding material that's holding it all together. So if you do the calculations on the hull with that in mind, it's just too close to the edge, I feel.
Did you ever voice your concerns to any Ocean Gate employee?
Yes, I did.
Can you name those people you voiced your concerns to?
Well, Dave Lockridge, Stockton Rush, Tony Neeson, pretty much anybody that would listen. As I also said, I also don't have any paper history to say that I can back up what I've figured out. So there it is.
You mentioned earlier that the Titan hull would have experienced cyclic fatigue being towed behind the Polar Prince. Can you explain that further?
You understand cyclic fatigue, right? Yes, okay. Just to make sure. I think...
But for others in the audience, can you please explain that?
Oh, okay. Cyclic fatigue is the development of cracks, call it. Just consider cracks or fissures or potential places of breakage. Sometimes if you see an acrylic window and you'll see all these little tiny cracks and stuff, that's crazing. And some of that has come from the cyclic fatigue of being exposed to the heat and cold and sunlight and UV and all manner of things. But it's essentially the degradation of the material to a point where eventually it will fail. In the case of the Titan, I know that questions have been brought up about, was it cyclic fatigue that caused this to break? I would agree, but I think it's cyclic fatigue of the glue line, not any of not the titanium or anything like that. It's just the scope or the amount of flexure and beating that all of these different parts took. Well, its life was like only 3.5 years. That's simply, there's just not enough pounding on it to cause cyclic fatigue within the titanium to come about, nor from the Viewport. But cyclic fatigue is also, it's caused by small movements. So it's fair to ask about what possibly being towed on the LRT or being put on the ship, things like that. And I agree that all of these things would have added to this, but there is absolutely nothing that has the magnitude of what it's being exposed to when it goes doing cycles under pressure. So they made numerous dives to the Titanic. They filmed it, got pictures, they saw the debris field. Each time they go down there, that's a pressure cycle. And I think the magnitude of this particular pressure cycle overwhelms everything else. I mean, everything else, yeah, may add something to it, but I think that these cycles are the thing that determine the failure. And
thank you. Was there ever a time that the Titan experienced any pounding? More specifically, was the Lars ever partially flooded, causing the submersible to be slammed against the Lars?
So that they bring the sub in, and they're going to come in on a landing, kind of like like the jets on an aircraft carrier. They're going to come in and they want to get into the pocket, and they want to land on there. They're not coming in that hot, but what ends up happening is things are moving, and so you have to make your latch up as quick as you can, expedient as possible. You can't just gently, quietly, slowly go in there and think everything's going to stay in position while you lock up. It doesn't happen. It's calm as it can be, but it still doesn't happen like you would think on a movie. So they have to come in and be, that's why there's a trough with a channel. It's literally to guide the sub in so that it can get into place as quick as it can. And so sometimes when they would come in, they might have still had forward motion, and so the skids bump into the front of the stop on where they land. So yeah, it's going to bump. But
To be more specific, the dive right before dive 88, that last dive, so it would have been dive 87. In the dive log, it stated that the Lars was partially flooded, and it was
tipped on it. And, so when the LRT came up, that's on me. Did it hit anything? No, it was locked in. What happened was we went through the process of checking everything else. I did my pre-dives. I did them twice because this was not the 18th, this was a different dive. But it still took a long time. And I did all the checks. I come in as a contractor, so basically, I know how to do the job, but that doesn't mean that I'm up on everything else that happens around. And in this particular case, what happened was, and I suppose I should have caught it, but I did not. When they open and close the hatch, they tap into one of the tanks because they're using this an air pad. So because the titanium dome, it weighs basically, it's almost a ton and a half. It's very heavy. It's got a hinge on the side, which is simply not strong enough to hold the entire weight of this hatch. So what they had was an air pad that was placed, on a saddle attached to the dome, so that they would put air into this air pad, swing the door open, then let the air out. So it basically sits in place. And then when they're ready to close it, they put air back into this and close the door. They were using the air from, it would have been the starboard aft tank, because the sub sits on the LRT facing back. It's backwards. That particular tank, so when they used the air to control this pad, this also goes through the same place that does the feed to the valves that are to vent the tanks as well. So they went through the process. They closed the hatch. They did all this testing. And when they were done, whoever was doing this particular operation went and closed the valve to disconnect it. But there's another valve right next to it that was supposed to be open, which fed my control to basically vent the tanks. I had checked all these valves twice, but the third time was, which I didn't check it, it was after they closed the door and shut off the valve, and I did not realize that they had shut off the valve. That was the feed valve to vent, the tanks. So we sent the sub down, the platform down. And there was some issue with the sub, and it had to come back up. It never left the LRT, ever. And so I brought it back up. when I brought it back up, I'm now blowing air into all of these. There's 4 different tanks on this LRT. I'm blowing air into these tanks, and it turns out that the far starboard aft tank was not filling. And so the LRT came up and then tipped. And it sat there. It was going nowhere, but it was probably uncomfortable for the people inside. But anyways, it came up and it was stable, but it certainly wasn't sitting flat. And I could not get any air into that. So eventually what we had to do was send a diver down, because I was working on the platform at that point. I was not the diver. We sent a diver down. They went down and found that that one valve had been closed. And once they opened it, I was able to fill that back up and bring the platform back up to square. But
What was the sea state during that?
pardon me?
What was the sea state during that?
It was very flat. We weren't even at the Titanic site. We were just offshore a little ways in a cove. So they were just testing something, which obviously didn't work because they never even left this platform. So it was calm. It was not, it was windy, of course. I mean, this is the open ocean, but there were no huge rollers or anything like that. Still, I should have caught it, but.
Are you familiar with Dive 80 of the 2022 expeditions? Specifically, this is when a loud bang was heard upon surfacing.
What was happened?
A loud bang was heard upon surfacing. This would have been the end of the 2022 season, about 4 dives before the end.
I don't know. No, sorry.
Are you familiar with the real-time monitoring system on board?
Only by name and a description of what it does. It's an acoustic monitoring system. How they do it, actually, I don't know. Are they using, like piezo crystals on the hull, or are they embedded somewhere? That I don't know. Just that they have something.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go to the NTSB, please.
Thank you, sir, and I'll try to be brief. We talked about class surveys a while ago now. I'm curious, though, in addition to these class surveys, have you ever been involved with an inspection from a government agency, such as the Coast Guard, or maybe the MCA in the North Sea, or Transport Canada?
You mean working with them, or I don't quite understand.
So anywhere you've worked in the world, has the host country required some sort of regulatory inspection in addition to the class?
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Can you give me an example?
Well, like I said, when I was in New Zealand, we had everybody with an acronym was standing in line to check us on that one. So it was their Department of Health, their Department of their Marine Sanctuary. There was just too many to remember, but to be honest with you. But yes, whenever you go to a different place, a different country, everybody has their own set of things that they want to be assured are addressed to their questions, I guess. So I haven't done, in many cases, when I've dove in different countries, I'm usually working for an employer. And so if that is done, it's probably done by either the operations director or such, but.
Okay, thank you. How much of the ship's crew, how much was the ship's crew involved either on Polar Prince or Horizon Arctic?
On For the search, you mean, or?
No, the normal operations. How much did the actual crew get involved?
Generally, what they supplied was, methods to get our boats off and on the ship. They were not out on the platform. They basically helped us with grunt work, on the ship. I mean, if there's something we needed to pack or something, but no, they were not actually part of the ship's crew is not actually part of the launch.
How about with decision making as far as if the weather's too bad or something's not safe?
I mean, captains, there's God and then there's the captain. If he basically says that this is bad, he can overrun everything. There's also the ops director for the operation itself, and they are in contact with the captain to come up with these decisions. So
is that the same at other companies or other subs that you've worked with?
Pretty much everybody I've worked with, yes. There's always, the captain is king.
Is it normal, though, that the ship's crew is not involved with the submersibles?
Ship's crew is, the times that I've seen ship's crew actually do work with it is when the ship's crew are familiar and operate like, if it's like it's a fixed facility, so it's a subtender. And it would be ship's crew then that's operating the A-frame or the tuggers or the tow lines or things like that. Yes, they do that type of work, but they never do anything that's actually connected with certifying that the sub is ready to dive or.
Okay, thank you, sir. And thank you for your time.
Sir, before we go to Ocean Gate, I just have a couple follow-up questions from your earlier testimony. You mentioned the dragging of the Titan during the Horizon Arctic operations, and I believe you said at some point you saw contact with either the Lars or the Titan's hull, and I wanted to clarify which one it was. I think you said you saw some hard contact, and could you clarify that?
Wait, are we talking about when I was just talking about them landing on the LRT? Or?
Actually, sir, this is when they were dragging the system back onto the deck of the Horizon Arctic.
Well, all right. So the way that was is that the sub is already locked and on the LRT, and then they pulled the LRT up to this. This is on the Arctic horizon. Right? They had this large ramp, big steel ramp that went off the stern of the ship. It had rollers, things to make it theoretically come up the ramp very nice and kind. And there were a couple of times when they were pulling the Lars to the stern of the ship. You know that on the stern of the ship, that's the place that sees the most movement, the bow and the stern. So everything moves the most there. And so in this case, the ship was heaving a little bit, and that ramp would literally come up and out of the water. And so they're trying to time pulling the LRT up onto this ramp while possibly the ramp is actually clearing the water. So you might, you run the risk of running into it. So it was there. So what I'm saying is that, yes, absolutely. When they pull the LRT on there, did the ship come up and bring the ramp up underneath the LRT? Yes. Did they have a rough entry, possibly getting onto the ramp? Yes.
So to clarify, sir, would the contact be with the LRT or the hull of the Titan?
No, it was the LRT hitting the frame, hitting the frame, but the sub is sitting on the LRT. So I guess whatever shake's going on through there will translate vaguely to the sub as well.
Understand. Do you remember any instances where there was damage to the hull of the, or even to the?
To the hull?
I'm sorry, to the parts associated with the
Yes,
hull?
well, there was one point where the pad eyes that attach to the Lars, so for the towing, you got the hawser that goes out and it connects to the 2 points. And while that was being pulled up, I think they had it, where were they? It was just at the point where they had it, being recovered. It would have been the starboard forward pad eye. That starboard forward pad eye got ripped off the hull. It ripped the weld off. It pulled the whole pad eye off. This is sitting on the ship by now. It's but now, since it got pulled off, it's being pulled sideways. So then we had to re-rig it to pull it all the way into its sitting position. But it was not the nicest wasn't the best way of recovering.
Yes, sir. Where was that pad eye connected?
Pardon me?
Where was that pad eye connected to?
The pad eye was attached to, basically you had the front of the LRT.
Right.
It's on the outside forward. They had stiffening plates on the aluminum barge tanks. So there were stiffening plates there, and then a large pad eye that's welded on there that the hawser is connected to by a large shackle.
Understand. Thank you, sir. Also, I wanted to clarify, you mentioned the ops director on the ship. Who was that?
What's that?
You mentioned during your testimony that there was an ops director on the vessel, on the Polar Prince in this case.
Well, that would have been either Scott or Kyle.
Okay. Do you know who maintained text communications with the vessel while it was at?
When I came up, traditionally I didn't spend a lot of time on the bridge. I went up that last time because it was the last dive. It was like, son of a gun, they're going to make it down there. So I came up and looked. So on a regular basis, I'm not sure how they do that. But when I went up there that particular time, it was windy, was at the, she was doing the comms, Windy Rush. And Gary? No, what's his name? I forgot his name, who was doing the tracking, but I've met him before, just, not a lot, but.
Okay.
So.
And I'd like to touch on a comment you made about the glue line. Like you mentioned that you thought a failure could occur at the glue line, if I understood that?
Fuel line?
Glue, I think you said.
Oh, the glue line on the.
Yeah, would be.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. You're segueing faster than I am.
Sorry, sir. This is talking about a potential failure point. And I just wanted to clarify, when you said glue, do you mean the glue between the rings in the hull or the layers of the hull?
No, I mean, you have two different materials. You have titanium and you have a composite. And to make this one cabin, you got to somehow attach the composite to the titanium ring. So on that, so there was a dome, and then, for lack of a better word, I don't know what to call them other than retaining rings.
Right.
There's that secondary ring. On the front, it was basically completely solid, and on the aft end, that's where they had the penetrators go through, because you cannot put holes in the composite. You just cannot. So the glue line is where the end of the composite hull fit into. It was a milled socket an annular ring that went into the titanium ring, and so that there was basically it was about a 3/8 section on the outside and on the inside that sandwiched between, the composite in between the two. And so the composite then it's kind of like so, and it was fit in like that. And then the glue line was on the composite and the titanium.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sorry.
And one question, I'm curious if the lack of a rescue asset was ever discussed, or did you hear OceanGate ever talking about that they did not really lack, or they lacked an asset that could get to depth if there was ever an entanglement or something occurred on the bottom?
I wasn't part of actual, the rules of their operation, unfortunately. The only thing I did was they obviously had a list, because when I went up and I asked Scott, do you have a call list? And he said, yes, we do. And he showed me. And so they had a list of names and places to call. They did not carry another ROV or anything with them, which, well, to be fair, for 50 years, Alvin dove solo without having any backup either. So it's not like they were the only ones doing that.
Understand, sir. So when you say a list, it would be list of people with capabilities to have an ROV?
Yes, companies, people, different organizations, whatever. Yes. And that's how they got a hold of Pelagic Research Services. They were on the list.
Yes, sir. And this is a point I want to make for clarification. On the text communications, one of the last communications discussed is about the Niskin bottle. Do you know
the what?
They said please deploy the Niskin bottle.
A Niskin bottle?
Yeah,
That's a
I
sampler.
may not be providing that. I mean, am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, Niskin. That's a water sampler.
Right, and I wanted to make the point that would be a standard routine operation.
That is a water sampler that when you go to some depth and you'll trigger it and you close it and you bring your water sample up. I mean, probably any sub that goes down has a bottle on it somewhere for a Niskin sampler, along with a CTD and various other things. I mean, those are just kind of a normal thing.
Right, and that was the point I wanted to make, that it was standard operations near the end of the accident dive.
Yeah, as soon as they decided they were going to get into science or whatever, that would probably be, they'd have to have that, I'd say.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I'd like to go to OceanGate for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Neubauer. The company has no questions for Mr. Catterson, but we thank you for your time.
No questions? Okay.
No further questions.
Does the board have any final questions? Mr. Fawcett.
Mr. Catterson, my name's Keith Fawcett. Could you turn in your binder to Exhibit 024? There are tabs on the side of the binder there and Lieutenant Steele.
He's already there.
Yeah, it's the exhibit you're at, sir.
Pardon me?
It's the page you're on, I believe, right now.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
So would it be a fair thing if I said that written procedures for the safety of operations ensure the safety of submersible operations? Written procedures?
Are you comparing, do you mean, are they risk procedures that they have, are they spelled out for the?
Are they important to the safety of operations?
Oh, well, every company I've worked with approaches this sort of a different way. They all will assess risk. This one has a lot of verbiage and coverage. But I mean that it's I would say it's as their best guess. Yes, they're trying to cover all the things to look for to be safe. I get that. Different companies have different matrices or ways of coming up with how they define their risk. So I would just say that this is just another one that's just a little different.
On page 1, or correction, page 4, I'll read it to you, sir. It says, "This document has been prepared by OceanGate to provide onshore and offshore personnel with the details required for successful completion of the project." And this is the 2023 Titanic expedition.
Okay.
So your would be classed as offshore personnel, is that correct?
I would be.
If we go down to, and this was provided in response to a subpoena, and I'd like to go to page 5. And on page 5, you'll see down at the very bottom, it says OceanGate Operations. And you see a list of, in the bottom,
Yeah.
submersible pilot, lead tech, operations tech, and you don't see names there, you see to be determined.
Okay.
Were all those persons delineated for you so that you understood who was doing each job on this particular expedition?
I would, for each dive, I would know who the pilot was. I wouldn't necessarily know who the passengers were. A lead tech. I don't actually know what some of these terms are, what they're trying to actually say, because most of the people that were working on as a tech on the sub were, they were pretty much all equal. Now, we all had our tasks. Each one was given the task by, say, either Scott or Kyle or whoever, they need something done. We need more weight. We need something adjusted or things like that. So I guess that would probably be the lead tech as well, but I always just kind of refer to them as the ops directors. Operations techs, they're all basically on the same level. They were just, you go into this, you go into this. Type of thing. We weren't assigned specific things until an issue came up or they wanted something done.
My final 2 questions. Did you participate in dive operations risk assessment meetings?
No.
And do you know if any of those meetings were held? In other words, maybe posted on a bulletin board or announced over the vessel's PA system?
I suspect that there were bulletins that went out to the people that they were going to have at these meetings. Now, we did every morning have a toolbox talk, where Kyle would put up his graphs of risk assessments and things like that. So I guess that would be what you're probably referring to. I saw those, yes. And they would say, well, that's Kyle being the operations director. That's when he would say, okay, Tim Catterson, you are going to be doing this today, or you're a safety diver, or you're operating the platform, or it was only those choice between those two, really. So.
And did that individual ask you if you were, for example, like if you're go for the dive today?
Oh, yes, yes. They would make sure that everybody was, well, capable, not sick or whatever. I mean, yes, he would ask can you do this? Yes, I can.
Did he ask you if what you were about to do today for that weather on the given day, if you were good to go there? Now, as you mentioned fog on particular days where you couldn't work, would they ask your opinion about the safety of the operation that day?
It never even got to that stage. When it was that foggy, it was canceled before it even came down. I mean, this was decided by the captain and the ops director. First thing, they get in contact with each other. So that the whole operation was basically negated from that decision of those two people.
So for the final dive 88, was there a toolbox meeting or a risk assessment meeting prior to starting dive operations?
It was the evening before, because everybody had to get out there at like 4 a.m, and they weren't going to wake up all the other passengers and people. So we had a toolbox talk. If it was a go by acceptable weather and things like that, all this remained. And the next day was a great day. I mean, it was calm, it was bright, it was clear, there was no fog whatsoever. So we basically went ahead.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have. Thank you.
Sir, I have one final question. OceanGate? Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Catterson, just to clarify, for each dive, would you know who was responsible for each of the substantive tasks that needed to be executed in connection with the dive? Sorry. For each dive, would you know who was responsible for each substantive task that needed to be executed in connection with the dive? Would you know who was responsible for which task before the dive?
You mean, okay, so who is responsible for each section?
For each task, for instance, the pilot or the operations lead.
Their name would have been mentioned, when we had the toolbox talk. The name would show up about that, who is doing what task on the sub. Now, whether I knew them or not was not always the case, but I think that's what you're meaning.
You knew who was responsible for which task.
I knew that there was a person with a name was responsible for a particular job. Yes.
Got it. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay.
No further questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Catterson, I'm thinking back to your statement where you said you raised safety concerns with certain OceanGate employees, including Mr. Rush.
Yeah.
How many times did you raise that concern with Mr. Rush about the integrity of the carbon fiber hull?
How many times? A lot.
Approximately.
I would say no less than half a dozen. I would say probably more than that. Just.
Did you voice the concern that you felt that the hull would fail catastrophically?
I wasn't positive about what was going to happen, but I just said that I can't make my numbers equal what your numbers are saying. I can't make it, I told him I think that it's underbuilt. I can't make the numbers work. And basically, but he had engineers, not just one, but several of them that were working on this. clearly, somebody knew what they were doing. And I'm assuming they were going to know more than I did because, this was just what I came up with.
What was the general response from Mr. Rush?
What's that? Oh, his response was basically that. He said, I have several engineers working on this, and they say otherwise. I'm like, well, okay, there it is. I still, we agree to disagree, but.
Is there anything that you'd like to provide to the board information-wise that we may have missed?
I'm not quite sure what.
I'm just wondering if there's any information that you think would be beneficial to the investigation that we may not have covered today.
Yeah. After we found the sub, after the sub was found, I went from doing search and rescue, and then I transferred over to the Arctic horizon and then proceeded with recovery. So basically, by the request of the CEO of Pelagic Services, I jumped ship halfway through and caught the other one back that was going out with the Subsalve group, Phoenix, the Navy. We just happened phone call came at the right time, and they just happened to be passing, and so I went from the Polar Prince to that ship and went back out on site and stayed out there on the horizon while we were doing the recovery. I was there mostly to help them to decide, are these dangerous items here, such as the high pressure tank that was down there? What exactly should they be looking for? So things like that. So I was basically out there to kind of point out, get this, or, can we do this type of stuff on what to bring up. And so when we did this, we recovered the forward dome, the two rings. The aft dome we weren't able to bring up, but at that particular time because they ran out of time. And we brought up the tail piece and some parts of the skids and various pieces and bits which you've probably seen. Out of this, I think I saw it as it came up and went on the deck. Literally, I was literally positioning them on the deck at times for them to tie it down. And the things that I saw on that gave me reason to believe that I feel I know where the failure was. Seeing how the media had like a field day with misinformation and speculation and downright completely wrong approaches. I felt there was a big discredit going to the public because the media was, there were some bad players out there that were just passing around a lot of wrong information, I felt. And so what I found and what I feel is that the implosion happened instantaneously, that it was not the viewport that failed because there was no shards, there was no viewport, there's nothing. The viewport was blown out, it's out there somewhere still. And that the failure happened at the forward glue line at the ring. This is, you probably already, I I know Tom already has a fair idea about, what I think about this, but if it hasn't been said, it is now. That this is how I think the failure happened, is why that glue line failed. Cyclic fatigue of the glue. Every time they go and do a dive, the hull would collapse in the center. Not a lot, nothing you would actually see with your eye, but it's still enough that the outside edge would cantilever out. It basically was, when it was squeezed down in the center, it was forced to try to rotate toroidally. And I think the water got in through there, worked its way down until the final point when there was not enough glue line, there was not enough support by that titanium edge on the inside to maintain the pressure integrity. And it had to have happened equally all the way around that ring, because on the forward ring, on the very inside, that inside tab, go out and look at it, touch it, run your hand across it. It has been sheared off completely all the way around inward. The only way that would happen is if it all happened at once. If it happened partially at some place, it would have ripped and tore and then equalized in there, and this other piece, the other remaining piece of that material would stay intact. But that is not the case. It is on the aft end, but not on the forward end. That thing was sheared off smooth. So this had to happen extraordinarily fast, which means the people in there had no idea this was coming. And I just want to make sure that, you let the public know that nobody was suffering in there. As a matter of fact, they were probably happy they were all waiting to see the Titanic when this happened. So that would be it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Does the board or anybody have any further questions for Mr. Catterson? Okay. Mr. Catterson, thank you for your testimony. You are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you directly. If you have any questions about this investigation, you may contact the investigation recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele.
Okay.
Also, that adjourns the proceedings for today. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. And we have one witness scheduled tomorrow. It's Mr. David Lockridge. Thank you and have a good night.